This is the joint meeting of the City Council, successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency, the Public Finance Authority, Public Utility Authority, Housing Authority, Paris Joint Powers Authority, and the Paris Community Economic Development Corporation of the City of Paris. This meeting is also being conducted as a remote meeting in accordance with AB 361, Resolution number 6009. Call time for this Tuesday, July 26th at 6:40 p.m. Madam Clerk, can we have a roll call, please?
Sure. Councilmember Rad?
Here.
Councilmember Rogers?
Here.
Councilmember Nava?
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Corona?
Here.
Mayor Vargas?
Present. All right, thank you. Item 3 is our invocation, which will be led by Pastor Chris Thompson of the Paris Valley Community Church. You'd all please stand, and then remain standing for item 4, which is our Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by Councilman Rabb.
Thank you. Let us pray. Lord, we thank you for an opportunity to come here tonight, and we just pray for wisdom over our leaders and those here in this room tonight. We thank you for those that are passionate about our city and those who care about our city, Lord. And I pray for safety around our city, Lord. We thank you for this place to live that you've provided for us, and we pray all of this in your name. Amen.
Amen.
Please join me as I salute our nation's flag. Please place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Pastor. Item 5 is a report on closed session items. Mr. Cube.
Thank you, Mayor. The City Council met in closed session relating to a couple items. The first item is conference with legal counsel, potential litigation, Government Code Section 54956.9D2 regarding 3 potential cases. Discussion was taken, direction was provided, but no reportable action was taken. The second item is conference with the real property negotiators, Government Code Section 54956.8 regarding the property located at 11 South D Street, Paris, California, 92570, with the city negotiator, Clara Miramontes, the city manager. Negotiating parties would be the Paris Valley Chamber of Commerce under negotiation, price and terms of payment. Again, discussion was had, direction was provided, but no reportable action was taken. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Okay, item 6 is presentations and announcements. 6A is a presentation to the 2022 Paris AYSO 544 12 and under girls Spring Select Champions. We have 6B would be another presentation to the Police Explorers, so I'm going to go down with all the certificates. We'll do one at a time. We'll have photos in between, allow for parents to take photos as well, our public information officers take photos, and we'll get this all done. And just for the public's information, we do have Councilwoman Rogers and Mayor Pro Tem Malcolm Corona. They're zooming in this evening. All right, let's go down, guys. Okay. Oh, that was good. I'm on every first and last Tuesday of the month. Second Tuesday. Okay, so listen, we have a lot of talent here in Paris. And soccer, baseball, they're coming next. I'm waiting for all of them to get done. But for the time being, we have like I said, the AYSO 544 12 and under spring select girls took championship. And that's a big deal for us. Where's all our girls, right? Yeah. So right now it looks pretty good. They're all shorter than me except for one, so we're going to be all right. Okay, so I'm going to read off what the certificate reads, and then from this one forward, we're just going to read the girl's name so I don't have to repeat the same certificate. So this is from the City of Paris, Certificate of Recognition to Jonathan Morales. This is the coach. I thought this was girls and under, and I'm reading off a coach's name. Another coach. Team manager. Okay, now we're going to start with the kid. Certificate of recognition to Kaylee Gallegos, AYSO 544, 12 and under girls soccer team, Paris Wolves. May it be known that the mayor and the city council hereby congratulate you for winning the 2022 Paris AYSO 554 Girls 12 and Under Spring Select Championship. We recognize you for your hard work and dedication to the team. Presented this 26th day of July 2022. Now you clap. Don't leave me out. Isabella Betancourt. You guys got all these medals too, huh? Congratulations. Thank you. Turn around. 1, 2, 3. You can go shake hands with the rest of the council. And don't leave. You're going to stay up here. Aubrey Morales. Jacqueline Nahera. Alexa Magana. Thank you so much. Tale Gilbert. This is the one that's probably taller than me. It's been my problem all my life. All right, Carolina Jaimes. Abigail Patino. Is it Gianna? Gianna Ramos? Natalie Reese. Yesenia Cornejo. Stephanie Atalano. Okay, this one's going to go to Michelle Borden. She is the coach of the A544 Girls Soccer Paris Wolves. Congratulations. So, it's always important to honor the coaches. I can't, as a parent of 4 girls and now 6 grandkids, I can't stress enough the importance of coaches and the dedication that they put in, the hours that they put in. I've been there. I was a coach at one time too, and without your support and your colleagues, I mean, you can't do it without you. So, we even have what's the name of the guy who's been there forever and still there with his grandkids, Pete. I don't know how many years that man has put into that park in AYSO. I mean, he's probably going into his great grandkids now. I'm sure I'm exaggerating there, but anyway. I can't stress enough the gratitude that I have for coaches that take the time to go out there and teach our kids the sports that we have in Paris. Did we take a picture? Nope. I was told she's the assistant coach. Still a coach. So who's bigger, the manager or the head coach? Manager. All right. So next we have Jonathan Morales, the head coach. Thank you. Thank you. And now we have the manager. And it's a woman, too. And she's not here. Try to honor a woman here. Good. She is here? Yeah. Kayla Morales. Come on up, Kayla. Okay, we're going to do a group photo. We're going to let our PAO take his shot. Parents, you'll be welcome to come right up front. You don't have to take it from the very back. You'll all take turns coming up.
Put you guys right in the back, right in the middle here. Keep coming here. You're going to have to be in the back there. All right, that's too far.
I have to get on my TikTok.
Matter of fact, let's do 4 and take a knee. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's good. A little bit more.
Come on down, girls. It's not you. You're at the end.
It's a blessing. You're fine.
Good now?
Aubrey, switch with Carol. Carol, come down here.
Okay, everybody look straight ahead.
Here we go.
Got a short seat.
All right, here we go. On 3. 1, 2, and 3. Get out of the way and everybody can
Nice, come on up.
Everett. Everett.
Keep on smiling, everybody.
Everett, you're not that tall.
Don't worry, guys. We'll take turns. You can come up. You don't have to struggle back there. We'll take time.
Why is my mom in the
That's all right. We take pride in our youth. We'll be here 30 hours if we have to.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. I went to school with your mom. Your class of 04.
Why do
Yeah.
you go to school at
I don't. Yeah.
Everett?
Yeah, your granddad did like a fire thing at the. Yeah.
I'm gonna get stuck like this. Everett, you took like so many already.
All right, one more.
Okay, I'm not smiling no more.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You know, I might as well.
Alrighty. Next up, we have our Police Explorers unit. They participated in training. I don't know if it was a year ago, 2 years ago, last year, before this one. Not this one, but the last time they took second place. Been a while. So they go to Vegas. It's called XCon, and that's where our explorers role play life trouble calls that police respond to, and whether it's active shooter, ambush, pulling over a vehicle, domestic violence, what have you. They go through all these different various scenarios. And this year, our team went out again under the direction of Deputy Robles, Dominguez, and CSO Nina. There you are, thank you. So, and this year, our great team, our explorers, took first place in vehicle ambush. And that's a big deal. Deputy Robles, how many agencies would you say were out there? Over 25 agencies, and we were the only Riverside Sheriff's Office Explorer unit to receive an award. So that's awesome. Yes. So again, you know, this is, you know, I being former law enforcement, I realize how important it is, because these deputies are teaching these kids to hope to be future law enforcement and take over their place. So this is a very important program. They hope that wasn't a person. They you know, they help a lot in city projects and events. They're there. They're helping with traffic control or pedestrians, whatever they're doing out there. They're a great help to the community as well. So with that, this certificate reads, Certificate of Recognition to Kane Gonzalez. He's the Explorer Lieutenant. For first place vehicle ambush, may be known that the mayor and the city council hereby recognize Explorer Lieutenant Kane Gonzalez for his participation in the 2022 Exxon Police Explorer competition and congratulates you on taking first place in vehicle ambush. Thank you for your hard work and dedication to the Paris Explorers. Dated this day. Next up, we have Explorer Sergeant Maria Sanchez. Next is our Explorer Corporal Alex Roldan. Next up, we have Explorer Anthony Lopez. Next up, Explorer Alex Gomez. Alex is not here. Explorer Rosalina McDonald. Did I say that right? Not to mention how sharp they look, huh? Next up, Explorer Stephanie Ariana. Explorer Bianca Gutierrez. Okay, now we're going to go to the advisors, starting with Nina. Gosh, I never knew your last name, Nina. I can't even pronounce that. Huh? Zagliarnardo. Nina is our community service officer for the Paris station. Next is Deputy Ernest Dominguez. He couldn't be here this evening. He's vacationing in Honolulu, I think. I don't know where he's at, but he didn't invite me. I'll get to say it. And next up, we have Deputy Edward Robles. So Deputy Robles is the man of the hour. He's leaving us, I think, officially in 2 days, going to some city called Moville. I'm not sure where that's at. He was our former, get all these titles, but community officer, community services deputy, crime prevention, you name it. This guy, he's a big loss for me in the city as well, in the council. I didn't have to call him for anything. Anytime there was an event, he was on the phone with staff. What are you going to need? I hear you get this going on. What are you going to need from us? I mean, the guy was phenomenal. But he transferred recently to Night Watch, so that kicked him off our programs. And then now he had to go out and get promoted. Yeah, you tell him. But, you can't, I commend him and for what he's doing. That's why he got promoted, but just unfortunately he had to leave our station. But so that being said, I do have a parent somewhere in the audience. I can't see her. She'd like to present something. or 2, or 3 or 4.
Good evening. My name is Jamie Beagle. I have 2 girls that are in the Explorer program, Bianca and Stephanie. Please come here. So I'm going to read what my girls have wrote about a couple deputies that mean a lot to them. A deputy has a calling. It's not about making money. Being a deputy is about making communities safe, caring for children, and doing what it takes to stop someone from hurting another person. Being part of change motivates him to come to work. He doesn't do this job to make a living. He does it to make a difference. He is honored to put on his uniform every day and represent the community to the best of his abilities, and he always does a great job. Thank you for always guiding us to do the right thing. This deputy has led my kids to be explorers. It's Deputy Thomas. You guys can give that to him. Thank you for everything you do for my girls.
Don't go ahead and take a picture.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Stand there next. 1, 2, 3.
Okay. And this one. Who I look up to and why. I looked up to this person because he believes in his badge. He believes in the weight of the gun he carries. He believes in the 5 a.m. smell after a rainstorm, and the city is truly his at night, gives away to the day. He believes in the kiss he gives his family before he walks out the door. He believes in the kisses he's given when he returns home. He believes in the talks he has with his crew and us, his explorers, about nothing but that mean everything. He believes in the fear that takes over him anytime he gets out of the car or walks into a house that is not his own. He believes in the fear of the unknown. He believes in the power to overcome fear and go forward. He believes in the good. He believes in evil. He believes in his community. And he believes in being Deputy Robles. My girls wrote those about these 2 officers that go way out of their way for them every day. Whether it be a day that it's an Explorer Day or not an Explorer Day, Thomas checks on my girls, checks on everybody in the community. He's always led my girls to be where they are today, and I can't thank them enough. Nina. The Explorers have learned so much because of you. You encourage them to be the best they can be and will always be thankful for all of your hard work, effort, and dedication you have put into making them who they are today. Thank you. And last but not least, Mr. Vargas. With this award, we thank you for your recognition of ongoing support, love, and dedication for the Explorer program, the Paris Station.
Oh, thanks.
Thank you for everything you do for these explorers. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I can. Here, I'll get next to my beat.
1, 3, 1, 2, and 3. Okay, now let's get a full group photo here. Okay, come on this way, guys.
Large.
So while he's organizing that, Deputy Thomas, he and I worked together in Los Angeles before I retired, and then he left, came out here to the Sheriff's Department. And the exciting thing, I don't want to exciting thing, but the key thing about David is he's known as the mayor of Meade Valley.
Yes.
So, but I'm the mayor. But anyway, good man, and I'm glad that he's acknowledged by the community like that. He does a lot of great work for the city of Paris. Pre-pandemic, he was Deputy of the Year, so this guy's just been tremendous. So all our deputies in our station are good.
And just so everybody knows, Deputy Dominguez also has one, but he's not here, so I will be giving it to whoever it is, but he's just as appreciated as everybody else. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I really
Appreciate
appreciate
it.
it. And thank you for everything you've done to the
Sure,
kids.
thank you.
Sir? Thank you.
Okay, I know both our presentees are gone, but council, anybody want to share any comments before we move on to our next item? Okay. All right, item 7 is our Youth Advisory Committee communications. This report will be given by Savannah Herrera. She is our president of our Youth Advisory Committee.
Honorable Mayor, and members of the City Council and City staff, good afternoon. I am honored to be YEC's President, Savannah Herrera. Today I will be providing an update on YEC's latest and upcoming events. To begin, YEC participated at 2 previous movies in the park. YEC handed popcorn to the community and enjoyed volunteering at these events. Additionally, YEC also participated in the active shooter training at Rancho Verde High School. We played an important role as role-playing as victims. This was a great learning opportunity. We encourage others to attend an active shooting training when available. Moving forward, on Saturday, August 6th, at Fossfield Park, we will be partnering with the Inland Empire Lowriders Allegiance in backpack giveaway. Backpack collections begin at 8 and the backpack giveaway from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. We hope to see you there. Furthermore, on Friday, July 29th, YEC applications are due. We have spots available for high school and middle school students to join this amazing program. Apart from the updates, YEC would like to bring attention to National Ice Cream Month. Grab a scoop of ice cream to cool down from the hot summer. Finally, YEC would like to remind everyone to please follow us on social media at Paris YEC for more updates and upcoming events. For more important information on YEC or any events discussed today, feel free to dial the Statler Youth Center. YEC would like to remind everyone to remain safe and healthy. Thank you.
Thank you, Savannah. Item 8 is our public comments. This is for any matter that's not on the agenda that the public would like to speak on. We will limit it to 3 minutes. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
Yes. Ignacio Valdivia?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. My name is Ignacio Valdivia, and I am the president of the Paris Valley Chamber of Commerce. It's quite some time that the board and I have come up to give you an update. Well, with our new board installation coming up, we are happy to say that we'll be coming more often to offer you and the public updates. For those of you who do not know, since 1911, the Paris Chamber has been part of this great city. The mission of the Paris Valley Chamber of Commerce is to provide tools and resources to assist the business community in prospering and adapting to the economic climate, while growing membership and promoting local purchasing power. The Chamber is a nonprofit organization comprised of 14 board members, 1 staff manager, and countless volunteers who want this community to flourish. Now for some key Chamber events. Thursday, July 28th is our Business After 5 mixer. This mixer will be at our Southern California Railway Museum and will be open to members and non-members. The event starts at 5:30. Tuesday, August 9th is our Luncheon with Friends at Casa Jimenez. This event is open to the community, and it's a win for our host, Casa Jimenez, and it's a win for our attendees, which get to meet new people and enjoy a wonderful meal. This event starts at noon. Friday, August 12th is our 110th Annual Business Awards and Installation. You'll get to meet our new board of directors as they get installed. Also, the Chamber will be recognizing amazing businesses and people who have made an impact in the city this past year. This event starts at 6 p.m. Lastly, we also work with other chambers, and on August 18th, we'll be part of the Old Chamber Mega Mixer. The Old Chamber Mega Mixer is a networking extravaganza powered by local chambers in our region, working together to connect our business communities. This mixer will be at Mount San Jacinto's Community College newest campus in Temecula. The event starts at 3:30 p.m. We hope we get to see you at our events. And for our community, please follow us on social media and also check out our website at parischamber.net, where you can find a full calendar and much more. I encourage our city council and our community to become as active as possible to help foster business growth while simultaneously elevating our city to new heights. I know my time's short today, but I also want to give a thanks to my office managers here with me, Melissa. We also hosted your Paris State of the City, and I just want to say thank you to Melissa. She was a great resource putting that event together, so thank you, Melissa. We hope as we attend more council meetings, we'll give you a little more update about what the chamber does and future events. So thank you and have a great day.
Thank you. Anybody else?
That is all.
IT, we have anybody on the Zoom?
Yes, sir. We have one Elizabeth Ayala.
Elizabeth, beyond, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, hi. My name is Elizabeth Ayala, and I live in the city of Paris. I want to thank Councilman Rob and Councilwoman Nava for returning an email that I sent to everybody in regards to CR&R. I appreciate your quick response. I also want to thank Clara, the city manager. She did speak to me in regards to CR&R and the low amounts that were on the CR&R collection list. And I believe she was going to have a meeting with CR&R in regards to that, but I thank her for her time as well. I really hope that the council will keep an eye on the list that's provided by CR&R, just so that someone is not supposed to be on there is on there. So that's all I wanted to do is mention the two that got back to me. I appreciate it, and I'm really glad that you guys are on the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ayala. Anybody else, IT?
No, sir. That is all.
All right. Move on to item number 9, which is our approval of minutes. 9A is consideration to approve the minutes of the regular joint meeting held on June 14th, 2022, and the special joint meeting held on July 12th, 2022 of the City Council, successor agency to the redevelopment agencies, and all the rest of the entities as listed on our agenda. If there are no comments or questions, I'll entertain a motion to approve.
I motion to approve.
I'll second the motion.
I have a motion by Councilwoman Nava, second by Councilman Rab. Did you guys use your buttons? All right, please call roll call vote.
Councilmember Rab?
Yes.
Councilmember Rogers?
Yes.
Councilmember Nava?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Corona,
Yes.
Mayor Vargas,
Yes.
5-0, motion approved.
Thank you. Item 10 is our consent calendar. Consent calendar items are normally enacted in one motion. The mayor or city council may remove a consent calendar item for a separate action. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. Does anybody have anything they want to pull or comment on?
Mr. Mayor, if I may?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The city received 3 letters regarding item 10A after the agenda was posted. The 3 letters have been provided to the city council and made available to the public. Essentially, I just wanted to make note that these 3 letters should be part of the record for item 10A.
Great, thank you.
If I may, Mayor?
Yes.
One more to add. I just want to make a note that the items raised in the letters have been reviewed by staff, and there are no new issues that haven't already been addressed by staff at the prior council, regular council meeting, just for the record.
Got it.
Thank you.
All right, any public comment on this, consent calendar, Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir. Item 10A. Bill Schaefer.
Yes.
Go ahead,
Hello.
Bill, you got 3 minutes.
Yes, good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Bill Schaefer. I'm a partner at the law firm of Rattan and Tucker, located in Irvine, California. We are the city attorneys for the City of Menifee. We are here on behalf of the City of Menifee to provide public comment on consent calendar item 10A, consideration to adopt a second reading of proposed ordinance number 1418. The City of Menifee staff met with the Paris staff to discuss proposed technical changes and to address the significant concerns raised by the City of Menifee concerning this proposed ordinance. Menifee City staff requested a continuance to allow further discussions and consideration of this matter. 2 weeks after both city staffs met, Paris staff informed the City of Menifee staff that additional discussions or alternatives were not needed and none were welcomed. Accordingly, the City of Menifee filed the appropriate complaint against the City of Paris in the Riverside Superior Court. The complaint has been served on the City of Paris. The City of Menifee is very confident in the merits of its complaint and fully expects to prevail. We will now leave the legal process to resolve this dispute. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else, Madam Clerk?
That is all.
IT?
No, sir.
All right. All right, hearing no other issues, council, I'll entertain a motion to approve. I have a motion by Council.
I'll second that.
I have a motion by Councilwoman Nava, and Rab, would you forgive your, and second by Mayor Pro Tem. Roll call vote.
Councilmember Rabb,
Yes.
Councilmember Rogers,
Yes.
Councilmember Nava,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Corona,
Yes.
Mayor Vargas,
Yes,
5-0, motion approved.
thank you. Item 11 is our public hearings. 11A is consideration to adopt proposed resolution number next in order approving the annual engineer's report for Landscape Maintenance District Number 1 and confirming the assessments for the fiscal year 2022 through 2023. This will be introduced by our city engineer, Mr. Stuart McKibben.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. Daniel Louis from Wildan Financial will make the presentation.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. I would like to go ahead and introduce items 11A and 11B together at this time. Each will still have its own separate public hearing and vote. Tonight's proceedings are being held to obtain approval for the levy of the fiscal year 2022-23 assessments. These proceedings are required to continue to provide maintenance work under the city's 2 maintenance districts and collect assessments on the property tax bill. The proposed assessments total approximately $3.6 million under Landscape Maintenance District 1 and $2.3 million under Flood Control Maintenance District 1. Each district provides funding for maintenance of improvements that specifically benefits each zone. There are 116 landscape zones and 86 flood control zones to be assessed. Due to rising costs and replenishment of capital improvement funds, the annual assessments in many zones have been increased over last year's rates. However, none of the zones exceed the maximum authorized rates approved by property owners at the time of annexation. The next action is for the public hearings to be open for public comment. After the close of the public hearing, staff is recommending the City Council adopt the resolutions giving final approval to the engineer's reports and authorizing to collect the assessments on the tax roll. Unless there are any questions, this concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Daniel. Council, anybody have any quick comments or questions before I open up the public hearing? All right, seeing none, I'm going to open up the public hearing. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
No, sir.
IT?
No, sir.
Anybody in the audience at this time wishing to speak? Not, I'm going to close the public hearing, and I'll call for a motion on the resolution. A motion by Councilman Rabb, second by Councilwoman Nava. Please call a roll call vote.
Councilmember Rabb? Yes. Councilmember Rogers?
Yes.
Councilmember Nava?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Corona?
Yes.
Mayor Vargas?
Yes.
5-0, motion approved.
Thank you. Item 11B is consideration to adopt proposed resolution number next in order, approving the annual engineer's report for flood control district maintenance number 1, and confirming the assessment for fiscal year 2022 through 2023. And this will be introduced by our city engineer, Stuart McKibben.
And once again, Honorable Mayor and City Council, Daniel Louie will make the presentation.
This item was previously introduced with item number A, and therefore we would like to proceed with the public hearing and vote on the resolution.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have any, just open up the public hearing. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
No, sir.
IT?
No, sir.
Anybody in the audience wishing to speak on this item? Hearing seen none, we're going to close public hearing. If council doesn't have any questions or comments, I will entertain a motion to approve the resolution. I have a motion by Councilwoman Nava, second by Councilman Rabb. Please call a roll call vote.
Councilmember Rabb?
Yes.
Councilmember Rogers?
Yes.
Councilmember Nava?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Corona?
Yes.
Mayor Vargas?
Yes.
5-0, motion approved.
Thank you. 11C is consideration to adopt proposed resolution number next in order regarding annexation of DPR 16-00001 to the city's maintenance district. DPR 16-00001 is located in the southwest corner of Nance Street and Indian Avenue. And this will be introduced by our city engineer, Mr. Stuart McKibben.
Good evening, Mayor, everyone. Once again, I'm getting good at this. Daniel Louie from Wildan.
I don't think so.
It's Dulce from Wildan.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. Project DPR 16-00001 is a 188,000 square foot industrial building at the southwestern corner of Nance Street and Indian Avenue. As a condition of approval, the project is required to annex into the city's 3 maintenance districts to pay for the benefits and annual costs associated with the property once it is developed. The proposed maximum annual assessment for the project is $337.17. On June 14th, the City Council approved resolutions initiating the annexation of this project and set tonight as the date for the public hearings. At this time, staff is asking the mayor to open and close the public hearings. Following the hearings, the city clerk is to open the ballots. There is 1 per district. If there is no majority protest, the city council can consider the approval of the resolutions confirming these annexations. Unless there are any questions, that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Dulce. Okay, at this time, I'll open the public hearing. Madam Clerk, do you have any requests to speak?
No, sir.
IT?
No, sir.
Anybody in the audience wish to speak on this matter? Hearing and seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. And I will now ask the the city clerk to open up the 3 ballots.
City of Paris annexation of DPR 16-00001, Maintenance District Number 84-1. The ballot is marked yes. City of Paris annexation of DPR 16-00001 to benefit Zone 164, Landscape Maintenance District Number 1. The ballot is marked yes. City of Paris annexation of DPR 16-00001 to benefit Zone 130, Flood Control Maintenance District Number 1. The ballot is marked yes.
Thank you. Okay, with that, I'll ask for a motion on all 3 resolutions, unless anybody has any questions or comments. I have a motion by Councilwoman Nava, second by Councilman Rab. Please call roll call vote.
Councilmember Rabb? Yes. Councilmember Rogers?
Yes.
Councilmember Nava?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Corona?
Yes.
Mayor Vargas?
Yes.
5-0, motion approved.
Thank you. 11D is consideration to adopt proposed resolution number next in order regarding annexation of CUP 09-01-0008 to the Flood Control Maintenance District Number 1. The CUP 0901-008 is located at the northwest corner of Nance and Indian Avenue. This will be introduced by our city engineer, Mr. McKibben.
And it's going to be Dulce Diaz that makes this presentation.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Project CUP 09-01-0008 is an expansion of an existing asphalt batch plant at the northwest corner of Nance Street and Indian Avenue within the general industrial zone. As a condition of approval, the project is conditioned to annex into the city's flood control maintenance district number 1 to pay for the benefits and annual costs associated with this property. The proposed maximum annual assessment for the project is $3,631.62. On May 31st, the City Council approved the resolution initiating the annexation of this project and set tonight as the date for the public hearing. At this time, staff is asking the mayor to open and close public hearing. Following the hearing, the city clerk is to open the 1 ballot. If there is no majority protest, the City Council can consider the approval of the resolutions confirming the annexation. Unless there are any questions, that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. At this time, I'll open the public hearing. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
No, sir.
IT?
No, sir.
Anybody in the audience wishing to speak on this item? Hearing and seeing none, I will close the public comment and ask the city clerk to open up the ballot. And it's not blowing cold.
City of Paris annexation of CUP 09-01-0008 to benefit Zone 131, Flood Control Maintenance District Number 1. The ballot is marked yes.
Thank you. This time I'll call for a motion on the resolution. Have a motion by Councilman Rab, second by Councilwoman Nava. Please call a roll call vote.
Councilmember Rabb,
Yes.
Councilmember Rogers,
Yes.
Councilmember Nava,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Corona,
Yes.
Mayor Vargas.
Yes.
5-0, motion approved.
Thank you. 11E is consideration to adopt proposed resolution number next in order regarding annexation of DPR 16-00001 to the Community Facilities District, CFD 2001-3. This is the North Paris Public Safety District, annexation number 48. This is located at the southwest corner of Nance and Indian Avenue, excuse me. And this would be introduced by our by our Director of Finance, Mr. Matthew Schenk. Did I
Thank
say that
you,
right?
Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. For this item, we will have again Dulce Diaz give this presentation.
Thank you.
Honorable Mayor and council members, these two resolutions on the agenda are for the annexation of property for project DPR 16-0001, which I previously presented. At the meeting on June 14th, 2022, the City Council adopted a resolution of intention declaring the intention to annex the territory into CFD 2001-3 and set tonight as a date for the public hearing. Therefore, we request that the city opens a public hearing on this annexation. If there are no protests, adopt a resolution calling for a special election. The property owner has waived a waiting period, so we can conduct the special election tonight. Finally, once the election is conducted, adopt a resolution declaring the results of the election, ordering the annexation and direct recording of the notice of special tax lien. And I will be available if there are any questions.
Thank you. Council, if you have any comments or questions before I open up the public hearing? All right, this time I'm going to open up the public hearing. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
No, sir.
IT?
No, sir.
Anybody in the audience wishing to speak on this particular item? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing, and I'll ask the city clerk to open up the ballot.
Community Facilities District Number 2001-3, North Paris Public Safety of the City of Paris, Annexation Number 48, Special Tax and Appropriations Limit Election. The ballot is marked yes.
Thank you. Okay, if no council has any questions or comments, I'll entertain a motion to approve the resolution.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
I understand that item E and F are missing some items relating to that are needed to carry out the action.
Well, let us finish this one first, and then
Well, that's the one that you're on has the issues. E and F.
Oh, E and F.
May I ask what attachments is it missing?
We're doing E right now. Is that?
Title of the resolution calling the election.
As I understand it, it's the title of the resolution calling the election that's not listed on the agenda.
Thank you.
So I think
I think so. I'll check with Daniel.
if you give us one moment.
Sure.
Thank you, Mayor. At this time, I believe staff would request that we continue item E to the next meeting.
All right, very good. What about F? Are we okay with F?
Pardon?
What about F?
Same with F. I would ask that the council do a motion to continue and et cetera for both.
So you need me to do a motion to continue, or we're just going to continue?
Do a motion to continue item E
And
and then and F as well.
All right, so, you all hear
If I
that?
may open the public hearing, or not?
Well, not, if we're moving, I haven't even opened it, we're just gonna move it.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I think the city manager makes a good point, is that we would open the public hearing just to allow whoever had shown up to make a comment.
That's true.
Yeah, for
All
both.
right, so we're gonna open up the public hearing. Are there any requests to speak, Madam Clerk?
No, sir.
IT?
No, sir.
Anybody in the audience wishing to speak on this item? Okay, I'm not gonna close the public hearing because we're gonna move this item to hopefully our next meeting. So if I can get a motion to table this to our next meeting.
It would be a motion to continue the item to, the next meeting's August 30th, I believe, for item E.
I'd make a motion to continue items E and F to the next scheduled meeting, August the 30th.
I second.
All right, got our first by Councilman Rabb, second by Councilwoman Nava. Call roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Rabb? Councilmember Rogers?
Yes.
Councilmember Nava?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Corona?
Yes.
Mayor Vargas?
Yes,
5-0, motion approved.
thank you. All right, item 11G is consideration to adopt proposed resolution number next in order denying SPA 19-05287 and DPR 19-0012, the proposed rezone of 15.66 acres from the commercial to light industrial to facilitate development of a 347,918 square foot industrial building located at the southwest corner of Ramon Expressway and Paris Boulevard. And this is going to be introduced by our Director of Development Services, Mr. Kenneth Fung.
Good evening, good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. This item will be presented by our contract planner, Chantel Powers.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. The item before you is the Paris, Ramona, and Indian Specific Plan Amendment and Industrial Development Plan Review. The applications involved in this project were Specific Plan Amendment 19-05287, a proposal to change the zoning designation from commercial to light industrial within the Paris Valley Commerce Center Specific Plan. A Development Plan Review 19-00012, a proposal to develop and establish a 347,918 square foot non-refrigerated industrial warehouse, and an environmental impact report, State Clearinghouse number 202-105-0021, to evaluate and mitigate the potential environmental impacts resulting from the project. As you can see, the project is located at the intersection of Ramon Expressway and Paris Boulevard on the southwest corner, and also framed in by Indian Avenue on the west side of the project. The other three corners of this intersection have various commercial land uses. There are 3 gas stations at each of the three corners, and a series of commercial, retail, and service commercial land uses. The project is currently zoned for commercial uses within the Paris Valley Specific Plan, as shown on this exhibit here. And the project applicant proposes to rezone the entire site to light industrial to accommodate the industrial warehouse that is proposed. In addition to the zone change, one of the considerations of this project was its location within the March Air Force Base Land Use Compatibility Plan. The project site is located, about 2/3 of the project site is located within the APZ2 zone, which, sorry, let me just go to some notes here, allows an average of 50 people per acre, not to exceed 100 people on any single acre within that portion of that zoning designation. The additional 1/3 of the site, which is adjacent to Paris Boulevard, is located in the C1 zone. And this zone allows an average of 100 people per acre, not to exceed 250 people on any single acre. And it's for this reason, sorry, I'll get to that in a minute. The project has been obviously proposed for industrial use. Access to the site is as follows. No access is currently allowed along Ramon Expressway. Both of the driveways on Paris Boulevard are restricted to auto access and right in, right out only, although the southerly driveway may be used for emergency vehicle access, but would need to be gated with a Knox box. The North Indian Drive access point is designated for auto access and restricted to right in, right out only. The South Indian Drive access is designated for truck access only and full movements there, aligned with the driveway across the street. Additionally, truck access in this area is restricted to and from the I-215 freeway, Harley Knox and Indian Avenue, and the I-215 freeway, Placentia Avenue and Indian Avenue. The proposed elevations are as follows. You can see the north elevation is what would be visible from Ramona Expressway. The west elevation, which is the second down, is what would be visible from Indian Avenue. The south elevation, which contains all of the docking area and truck court, would be visible from the adjacent industrial warehouse to the south of the project. And the east elevation on the bottom here is what would be visible from Paris Boulevard. Some of the concerns that staff had with the project, which caused us to recommend denial of the project, were that, as proposed, the project would change the intersection of Ramona and Paris as a major commercial corridor within the Paris Valley Commerce Center specific plan, and would create an imbalance of uses and further imbalance the economic diversity and environmental integrity in this area. The specific plan has already been heavily zoned for light industrial uses, and in fact, 180 acres of land have already been rezoned from a mix of other land uses to light industrial. And it's for this reason that staff actually recommended support of alternative 2 of the project that was analyzed under the project EIR, which would leave the portion of the site adjacent to Paris Boulevard as commercial. And that portion, as you can see from this, sorry, I'm not exactly sure what's going on with that. But you should be able to see just above that the zoning designation where the commercial is outlined is within that C1 zone, which is a somewhat less restrictive in terms of people per acre that the ALUC would allow. And then the industrial portion would just be smaller. As stated, this recommended site plan was analyzed in the project FEIR as alternative 2, and would consist of a smaller footprint for the warehouse and commercial component along Paris Boulevard. This would be more viable and consistent with the vision of the specific plan and the existing commercial uses within that corridor. Some of the potential uses that you could have here, again, this isn't within the C1 zone of the Airport Land Use Compatibility Plan, which does restrict some commercial and the density of people per acre, though just not as heavily as the rest of the site. So some of the uses that could potentially be viable there would be a gas station, fast food restaurant, and other low-density, low-intensity commercial uses, as you have actually along Ramon Expressway on the east side of the project site. If the applicant chooses to modify the project and proceed with alternative 2 later, separate consideration of the project plans would be required by both Planning Commission and City Council. As a matter of information, the Planning Commission considered the proposed project and recommended denial of the project by a vote of 4 ayes, 1 recusal, and 0 noes, and adoption of resolution number 22-13 recommending denial of the project. Based on the findings that the project would change the vision of the Paris and Ramona Expressway intersection as a primary commercial corridor, and therefore would be in conflict with the vision of the specific plan. Subsequent to the Planning Commission action to recommend denial of the project, and in addition to an agreement that was already made at the Planning Commission to provide off-site tree planting and funding, the applicant is proposing to pay an additional $1 million to community benefit for open space projects that the city currently has, and additional enhanced corner monumentation at Paris and Ramona. The following 2 conditions that you see here were added to the planning conditions of approval attached to the approval resolution. In terms of comment letters, we received a letter from Golden State Alliance yesterday. Actually, let me back up here. We initially received a letter from the Golden State Alliance Environmental Justice, Golden State Environmental Justice Alliance, dated May 16th, 2022, after the comment period for the EIR had closed, but before the Planning Commission public hearing. A response to the letter was included in the form of a memorandum attached to the FEIR, and the letter was included as a public comment for the Planning Commission meeting. An additional email and letter were received yesterday, July 25th, 2022, from GSEJA. Staff prepared a response concluding that the project FEIR had been prepared in compliance with CEQA and that recirculation was not warranted. The letter and the city's response should have been provided to City Council for consideration. The letter, in summary, did not provide any additional environmental issues that have not already been addressed in the FEIR. In addition to this letter from the Golden State Environmental Justice Alliance, the city also received 2 additional emails in opposition of the project today, and so unfortunately we didn't have time to prepare responses to those, but they have been provided for you, the letters. And to quickly summarize, the second letter that we received was from the Center for Community Action and Environmental Justice, authored by Amparo Munoz, and basically stated that a health risk assessment should have been provided for the project. One, in fact, was. They included additional information noting that an HRA should analyze project construction, but this is neither required or recommended. They also made notes of overabundance of traffic at this intersection, but no new information was provided that would require further analyzation or recirculation of the EIR. Just a point of clarification on that letter too. The letter states that Cadence Environmental prepared the report, the EIR, but that's in fact not correct. Cadence provides independent peer review of CEQA documents for the city. The CEQA document here, the Environmental Impact Report, was prepared by Matthew Fagan Consulting Services, Inc. That doesn't change any of the information in the letter, just a point of clarification there. The third letter that we received was from Nathalie Ortiz, and basically concurred with the Planning Commission recommendation and reiterated the recommendation for additional studies and a community workshop should the council move to approve the project as proposed. But again, no new information that would need to be reanalyzed or recirculated was provided. With that, our recommendation, based on the findings and the attached exhibits, are to not certify the environmental impact report, deny the specific plan amendment, and deny the development plan review. But if the City Council wishes to approve the project as proposed by the applicant, the City Council may adopt a resolution to certify the environmental impact report, adopt the mitigation monitoring and reporting program, and approve the development plan review subject to approval of the specific plan amendment, and introduce a first reading of an ordinance to approve the specific plan amendment 19-05287. With that, I can take any questions that the council has. I know the applicant also has a presentation as well.
Thank you. Council, does anybody have any questions for clarification before I open up the public hearing? Okay, it doesn't look like it. We're going to go ahead and open up the public hearing. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
Yes. Juan Serrato.
At the conclusion of the public hearing, then I'm going to allow the applicant to come up and speak.
Hello, good evening.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes.
I think normal course would be to have the applicant make their presentation and then go into the public hearing. So
That's fine. We can do it that way, too. Hold off. We'll let the applicant speak first. Mr. Nagar, is that you?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, and staff. My name is Mike Nagar. My address is 445 South D Street in the fine city of Paris, celebrating my 21st year there. On the phone and joining us via Zoom is Matthew Fagan Consulting Services, who did our EIR, is Connor Paquin from Urban Crossroads, who did our traffic study, and also Chris Morgan, United Engineering, who is our civil engineer. Trust my sincerity when I tell you I'm grieved to come here and having come here with the denial by the Planning Commission. We typically don't, not typically, always don't plan projects to not succeed. And I think what we're going to show you tonight is a reason why we think we've brought a dynamic project that we hope that you'll approve. Also, who will be speaking behind me in a moment is Mr. Mark Berger, the project applicant. One of the reasons why we're here is back on December 4th, 2019, the Planning Commission and the City Council held a joint workshop to talk about all the land that was available for commercial purposes in the Paris Valley Commerce Specific Plan. During that proposal by a very competent consultant, they also talked about the amount of industrial and what was left to be developed in the area. I spoke at that meeting, and at the conclusion of that joint meeting, by consensus, both the Planning Commission and the City Council agreed that projects in this area that straddled the APZ2 zone should be considered in the future for zone changes in the specific plan. However, the council wanted to not aggressively consider zone changes in the other areas of the specific plan. And I bring that up because that's the exact reason why we're here today, and that's the exact reason why we made application was subsequent to that, knowing that the Planning Commission and the City Council at that time, again by consensus, wasn't an official vote, but by consensus was to allow this type of development there. And of course, via staff's recommendation, they saw the wisdom in that as well, and is also recommending changing the zone in the area that is in the APZ2 zone. As we move on tonight, I think we're going to show you why we do not think that's a good idea just to limit the industrial in the APZ zone, and why the Superior project is to allow the industrial all the way to the area of the intersection of Paris and Ramon Expressway. Here's just a little bit more of a drill down into the area we're speaking of. An excellent staff report by Chantel. I do want to point out that approximately 75% of this property is in APZ2 zone, and that's going to get forgive me as I turn pages, you guys at home, on my notes. That's going to get very important as we get into the project a little further, as to what we have left to work with in actuality for commercial. We've had some exhibits that'll show you what commercial may look like, considering the constraints that the airport zone puts both on the APZ2 zone and on the restrictive, but indeed less restrictive, C1 zone, but restrictive nonetheless. I have this in here. I won't dwell on this about the recent plane crash. I don't know that it's relevant tonight. Again, just drilling down and giving you a better picture, more of a zoomed-in picture of how much of the property is in the restrictive APZ2 zone and what's the remainder. And you can see it's 75-25. And really, that diagonal line creates a real problem for us, as we're going to demonstrate later. Particularly as it relates to population and office space that can operate in the APZ2 zone, as well as access to and from the industrial from Paris Boulevard only. Now, what you're looking at on the screen right there is the design of the building. To your left is Paris Boulevard, and to your right is the Ramon Expressway. Staff did a very good job in working with our architects and with us in getting to this final rendition. This is about the 6th iteration, and it was designed to look like an office space. In fact, what you're looking at right there on the corner is indeed the office. That office, as I'm going to show you later, needs to be in the less restrictive C1 zone by virtue of the population density in that office. Again, I'm going to point that out later. But that's your view looking to the southwest intersection of Ramona and Paris Boulevard. Now, to give a better frame of reference, I've put some numbers and setbacks. You could see from the back of the curb to the building, we have approximately 156 feet. That includes approximately 35 feet of landscape area where you see the palm trees there. As we move to the Paris Boulevard frontage, you can see that from curb, there's a parkway. That's consistent with the building to the south. Then we have a 5-foot sidewalk, and then starts our landscape setback, which is required in the specific plan. Moving over to the Ramon Expressway side, we have a just about a 54-foot setback from the curve. That's a 6-foot sidewalk. And then I'm trying to look at my numbers here. And then, let's see, 54 minus 6. So we're looking at 48 feet of landscape in that area. Now, in talking to the mayor and talking to staff, one of the things that became apparent and very important, because this is a gateway to the city, that there'd be some sort of corner monumentation, something that announced you're coming into Paris, something that announced that this is a gateway into Paris. So we agreed to do some monumentation there that would exhibit that. That was staff's idea, and so we embraced it. In further talking to Mayor Vargas, he said, I not only want that, I want some sort of electronic marquee, something that operates, of course, on a much smaller level, like an electronic billboard that can be used. In fact, as far as we're concerned, the city can control it, that can be used to announce city events, the weather, anything really public service messages that the city wants to utilize it for. Of course, there'll be some branding on it as well for the eventual user of the building. And we're thoroughly okay with that. We think that was a fantastic idea. I won't go into the elevations again. Chantel covered that very well. For about 5 to 10 minutes, maybe less, I'm going to let Mark Berger, he is the principal of Pacific Development Partners, and I think you'll find his presentation intriguing. Then I'm going to take it back for him for about 3 minutes, and then we'll be done. Thank you.
So I just press the
Space bar, right there.
Okay, thank you. What happened here? Okay, that's
Just
fine.
press the space bar.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, council people, staff, I appreciate everybody being here tonight and online as well. My name is Mark Berger. I'm the co-founder of Pacific Development Partners. My partner, Ron Recht, is in the audience too. We started the company together 37 years. Now, when I was talking to Michael outside there, he was going to give me 15 minutes. Now he's coming back to 3 to 5. I guess he doesn't trust me. But anyway, I do want to tell you about our company a little bit. We've been around for 37 years, and we've built over 105 projects. And that's up there. We do extremely high-quality grocery-anchored centers, entertainment centers, lifestyle entertainment centers. I think we're well-known in the industry from a retail perspective, doing best-in-class projects. And as such, when you've been around for as long as I and Ron, we've been able to develop extremely strong relationships with banks, life companies, financial institutions, and if we are approved, we will build this project. It won't be held up because of lack of financing. We'll be able to do it, at least on the industrial side. This picture, it might be hard to see, is showing a 1-mile radius around the property. And I bring this up, when Ron and I bought the property originally back 16 years ago, we wanted to do retail. We did. That's what we had planned on doing. But then we had the Great Recession, and then the housing kind of got delayed. There were a lot of factors that eventually shut that off. And then ALUC appeared, and all these things started to conspire to really make it much tougher for us to do a retail project. And, about 4 years ago, we started looking at an alternative because it became impossible. If we could have done retail, we would have built it, and doing full retail on that site was no longer possible with the ALUC overlay and the inability to finance with something like that hanging over the property. So we looked at doing the industrial, and when we look at this site, we can see that the retail is doing very well, particularly to the south, and that's in the red where Aldi is gone and Cardenas, and I was just out there again today. It looks fantastic. You guys should be really proud. Along that part of Paris Boulevard, the retail is really happening. And the reason it's happening is all the residents are there and they have easy access to it, and they have the concentration of the retail So that literally, if you go there, you can do anything. You can eat at a sit-down, you can shop at a clothing store, supermarket, multiple markets to have options with. And there's a reason they're all down there. That's where the population is and the density. And most retailers who are well regarded typically want 15,000 people in a 1 mile radius. Certainly not less than 10. We have less than 2,000 in our 1 mile radius. So the retail that's occurring within our area and along Ramona is more convenience retail, drive-through restaurants, more servicing the employees and the businesses that are up there. This is again to our site. All the gas stations are there, and Chevron's just down at Webster to the west. And one of the approved uses that we could do would be another gas station. We're at a loss as to what gas station that would be because all the majors are here and actually have superior access to the property. And this shows that we have, no left-hand turn on Paris Boulevard. We were at one time talking to Habib and his consulting firm, and we thought we were going to get a left-hand turn, but instead they moved it further to the south and gave the left-hand turn to the retail center across the street. So that did hurt us quite a bit. We also have no U-turn at Paris Boulevard and Ramona. We actually would have to, if someone wanted to make a U-turn, if someone was going north on Paris, they'd have to go past Paris, potentially stop before they pass it, come back, make the U-turn, stop again to come down. And meanwhile, they'd have easier options on either side of the street, and we think they'd probably go there. So it's a constrained site and one that really, really makes it challenging to have any quality retail go there. This next site, this next plan here is an important plan. It is a new slide. And this shows kind of the option that we kind of started to work with staff. We sent it to them, wherein we could get a 6,000, an office space that would be usable on the smaller industrial. So it still has to take a portion of that triangle up at the right side, the commercial side. We have to get some commercial to get the office in. And then it shows that the retail would be confined to, 1.7 acres or so with a right in, right out. And that kind of shows the layout. And when you look at that layout compared to the elevation that Michael showed earlier, it really diminishes the effect of what we were trying to do on that elevation. You can't see it anymore. And it really impacts the ability for the industrial tenant to have the image they'd want looking out. They'd be looking at the back of a retail center where trucks could be loading. We'd have to be able to load if we did have trucks there, which is kind of tough on Paris Boulevard, particularly for gas, but I assume it would be allowed. But it just diminishes it, and it's something that I think would be very tough to pull off with just that one right turn in and one turn out, because the industrial office and the users, the warehouse people, would have to come in the southern right turn, right out. So literally, we only have one access point, and it's bound to cause a lot of confusion. And we think it diminishes the quality of the project and would be very challenging. We'd in effect, take one great project and end up with two, challenged projects that would be diminished in their view corridors, their prestige in terms of the way the elevation looks. It'd be a really challenging situation. So we're hopeful that we can get approved and do the full industrial project, because that really is the highest and best use and would be the best planning for the project. Did you want to talk? Okay, I've been cut off.
Now I'll finish up, members of the council, just by pointing out a few things. What we did was try to, and maybe if you could see my arrow cursor, what we tried to do was see how we can fit in, a retail space and what it would actually look like by virtue, I'll stop trying to move this thing around, by virtue of trying to get the office space that is necessary for the industrial space. The office space, by necessity, because of ALUC, has to go in the C1 zone because of population density. We cannot move it into the APZ2 zone. And so that starts to be a consideration when we talk about a viable building that can be used by a user. It's essential. Furthermore, that proposed office area, as I pointed out earlier, was intended to be, as I said, the gateway or the corner pop, if you will, to look like like an office building there on the corner. The industrial area requires a minimum amount of parking, and that in parking under this configuration, trying to squeeze retail in, is depicted in the yellow. Under this configuration, allows us to get parking for the industrial and also parking for the C-store that we have there. Of course, what ends up happening is, as Mark pointed out, the retail area, such as it is, whatever we can get there, and by virtue of when the footprint is reduced to being that small, really is going to limit what we can do. Regardless, what ends up happening is the entry into the retail starts to conflict with the industrial. And there's no way around it to have the autos who need to make a right in and right out to park to go to work in the industrial. So the entrances start to conflict. We talked earlier about a marquee. In this configuration, I don't see the ability to put a marquee in front of what is going to turn out to be a very, non-viable retail area, certainly a retail area that does not have the pop that we're trying to create here with the building that we designed, which would embrace the marquee tremendously. Almost done here. If we were, some would say, well, why don't you just reduce the building footprint? If we were to try to shift everything to the west, it really doesn't change everything. It reduces everything. It increases a retail size for sure. It doesn't get us out of our A-look problem. In fact, it creates more of an A-look problem because now we're shifting the minimum 92 parking spaces into the APZ2 zone. So if we tried to shrink it by just shrinking it to the west, it appears that we create more problems. Lastly, I think we've said enough on that. Something that hasn't gotten much attention, but I think is very much worth mentioning, is that whole area is known as Lake Paris number 2 in the wintertime. That whole intersection of Paris Boulevard and Ramon Expressway, it floods, and when it floods, it stays flooded, sometimes for months. We're taking care of that problem there by virtue of this project and building the infrastructure needed for flood control to move that water where it needs to go. So, again, lastly, to reiterate, when staff brought up the community benefit, we didn't blink an eye. Paying the $1 million towards some sort of open space plan, the applicant, Mr. Berger, was welcome to do that. The tree planting guideline or condition, we're happy to do. There's a little ambiguity as to whether or not it's going to be one tree. This is a donation, by the way, donation to the city of one tree per 5,000 square foot or one tree per 1,000 square feet. We're talking off-site now, and how that is done will be up to the city. Whether or not we purchase trees and you keep them on a lot or give you a voucher to get the trees when you need them, however that would work, we'll work that out with staff. One thing, if you do agree with us, and I'm looking at the site plan, is if you want to put more trees to buffer the parking lot, particularly on the Paris Boulevard side, we can do that too. But I really believe that the corner element where the office is and the marquee gives you the pop for the gateway. And I think it'll be something dynamic for the city. You're very patient to listen to me. I appreciate it very much. And thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nagar. Council, anybody have any quick questions, or
Yes.
Councilman Rabb?
Yes, I have a question for Mr. Nagar. I mean, you indicated earlier that the C1 zone would constrain you to very limited commercial uses, and I saw the diagram depicting the gas station. I just had a question regarding that. Are there any other commercial uses or business, office, and professions, maybe having like a small business park in the front or a small business strip in the front with the warehouse in the back and shared parking in the middle, or is that really constrained based on the diagram, the in and outs that your partner discussed earlier?
Councilmember Rabb, it's a few things. First of all, when if that retail was to go in, it would be the last retail looked at by anyone because of access. And for moving forward in the future, just in general, as you guys develop this corridor, access, turn movements, to be able to get into these retail sites are essential. And so if that was there, it would probably be vacant for a while. The second thing it does is the rooftops in the area are just not there. Now, I know some have been approved in Evans and some are going to come in the future. They're not there now. So again, it speaks to, again, this area of retail will sit vacant for a while until such a time as it can overcome its access and overcome the number of residents in the area. Keeping in mind, let's see if I can find it here, where future retail is most likely to go is in that May Ranch area right there. Sorry about that, it keeps moving on me. Is in the May Ranch area. That is, I forget how many acres that is. It's quite large. I believe it's over 10 acres. That is ready and waiting to be development for retail right in the middle of where all the other residential is going. So that's also something we're competing with. The last thing, Councilmember Rabb, is what in trying to squeeze retail into here, and Mr. Berger alluded to that, we're trying to diminish two things, or one thing by getting two. I don't think at that point you'll have a very good retail site, and I don't think I think you're going to diminish the industrial site just by virtue of saying you have to have some retail on this corner. So long answer, but there were several aspects to it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else?
I have a question, but I'm looking towards our engineering staff. So we've heard from the applicant regarding access. Can I have some more information shared from staff? I know Kenneth Fung actually chimed in during the Planning Commission regarding the access that was shared by the applicant. If you could please.
So Nagar, can you bring up the overhead view of the four corners?
Yes.
So to finish with my question, sorry, if we could please shed some light regarding access and the viability of entryways into that potential site?
For, again, Stuart McKibben, city engineer. For the commercial site, getting access off of Paris Boulevard would pretty much be the same as it is, I think, right now proposed with the two driveways. Getting access off of Ramon Expressway right now, we're limiting any access to Ramon Expressway, that's what our conditions of approval said, no access on Ramon Expressway. But you can see that the other three developments on the corners, they do have access, but they're pretty far away from, usually 270 feet away from the middle of the intersection. So getting access off to Ramona would be a little harder. And then for some is 270 and one was like 340, I think. So they're further away from the intersection. We haven't really looked at this as a commercial. It hasn't been presented to us. We'd have to show it to our traffic engineers and have them look at it as well. My intuition is that maybe if we did get a driveway on Ramon Expressway, it would be maybe right-in only, something like that. And then for the industrial, we're only allowing trucks in on Indian at the south, on the southern driveway on Indian. And then the autos are only in on the northern driveway on Indian. That's right. So, and then also here on, as it was said earlier, autos at Paris Boulevard, the northern driveway, autos in, and the southern driveway, it was limited autos in, and then they had the Knox box for emergency vehicles. That was it.
Councilmember Nava, I did prepare an exhibit that may speak to that, if staff can put that up. And also, we have our traffic engineer on the line that can speak to that. But there's another file. It's not part of this presentation. If staff could bring that up.
Can we switch back over to the staff presentation? Is there?
I'm not sure, IT, if you could switch it back to the staff's presentation.
Yeah, I think that'll do it. Let me make sure. I don't think this is it. No, I sent you a separate file with 2 exhibits.
That's the only one that I received.
You told me you received the other ones, but I'll try to explain it, okay? And that may help. And we have Mr. Connor Paquin on the line from Urban Crosswords that can explain it. We looked at 2 things that you can do. If you look at, we're in consideration of retail and trying to get access off Ramon Expressway, there were 2 things to consider. You can give the access, if you put it there, then what would happen is you would have turning conflicts with those who were maneuvering to turn into the center and those who were maneuvering to turn right into onto Paris Boulevard. So you'd have that weaving conflict. Then we looked into, well, what if we put a deceleration lane? Okay, in other words, an extra lane there so that traffic who wanted to turn into the center could move over to the right, but then it caused the same type of problem. People wanting to move over into the decel lane would also be conflicting with those who want to move into the same decel lane to turn right. Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Nava, if you want to hear more in detail, because I'm not the traffic engineer, they're on the phone if you want to ask them the question.
I just want to piggyback on that real quick, maybe with staff. So we keep hearing how it's not doable, but yet the moment you cross over Paris Boulevard, there's a driveway real quick going into the mobile gas station without a deceleration lane. And that one, you can ride in and ride out. How is that different from the prospective site we're talking about now?
If I may, Mayor, one of the issues in figuring that out is that we have not had a conceptual site plan to evaluate what that driveway would look like. Like Mr. Nagar mentioned, that could potentially reduce the size of the industrial building if a longer deceleration lane would to be required. But those are things that have not been reviewed by our traffic engineer. The short answer, anything is possible, but we've not had the information laid out to I guess, study a particular site plan if that particular site corner were to stay commercial.
Anything else? Anybody else? Okay, I'm gonna go, Councilwoman Rogers.
Yes, a couple of questions. First, can you go back to that screen where you're proposing the $1 million donation to the parks or community benefits?
That would be staff's presentation.
So that's over, what, a 2-year period, a 2 or 3 year period?
I believe what we outlined was that $500,000 upon pulling the building permit, and then $250,000 for 2 years, each year for 2 years. But Councilmember Rogers, we're willing to work with you if that's something you're interested in.
No, I was just wondering because it does say $500 million due prior to issuing the certificate of occupancy. So that would be after the building was sold and changed hands.
No, we can do it at building permit. And let me elaborate, you just triggered something. There is also in the condition that if the building does change hands, all the payments are accelerated. In other words, they'll have to be paid in full to the city through
right.
escrow. Yeah.
Okay. And then a question for staff. I'm really concerned about the commercial along Paris Boulevard. I know that was always our vision for the city. And what, in addition to a gas station, can be put there? Doctor's offices, dentist offices?
Offices, smaller offices, low-intensity commercial uses. No assembly uses would be allowed there, so no churches, theaters, anything
Nothing
where
major.
anything where anybody's going to congregate or large numbers of people would congregate for a large amount of time. Some fast casual restaurants where there's not a large dining in area. So it would be limited to relatively small commercial uses. Yeah.
So something similar to like a coffee shop or something like that?
Yes.
Or a donut shop, or doctor's offices or dentist offices?
Right.
Yeah,
Barber shops, salons, et cetera. Yes. Yeah.
If I may.
And that would all be under the alternative two, is that correct?
That's correct.
That the staff is recommending, and also that's what the planning commission recommended.
Yes, that's correct.
Councilmember Rogers, to drill down a little bit further, is in that area, you're allowed 250 people maximum, or an average of 100 per acre in that area. And what's important to note is, can you go back to my presentation? Yeah, that would be very helpful. Thank you, IT. Let me get my thought. Is that if you notice where the proposed office is in this exhibit, when they say 100 average or 250 max per acre, how ALA calculates it is when they do the average, they can do the average over the whole site. When they say 100 people max per acre, they do it with a 1 acre box, not over the whole site. So on any one area that is 1 acre on the site, you can't have over 100 people there. So if you visualize a restaurant, let's say a sit-down restaurant, if you exceed 100 people there, it's not allowed. Now, if you were at 99 and then you developed the rest of the area, the maximum that you can have is 250 per acre, and that would be spread out over the whole site.
Yeah, I was just curious because you're showing just the gas station and the car wash, and I was just wondering what other potential commercial businesses or retail businesses could be there, like a donut shop or a dentist's office or a doctor's office. That was just my point.
Well, thank you.
There are other alternatives besides a gas station.
May I add?
I know when we talked about our plans for the city of Paris, there was always a plan to have retail along Paris Boulevard. And I know it'll be difficult going in and out, but that's the same place along the median going up and down Paris Boulevard. There are a lot of places that you can't make a left turn into. So I was just trying to figure out what else could be put there, that's all.
I just wanted to add is why we're showing the gas station is because when we start to calculate the parking that's necessary for the industrial, the vehicles who are people who will work there, and when you start to calculate how we have to leave the office in that C1 zone, what ends up happening, along with the setbacks that are required for those two intersections, what we have left is 1.7 acres. With 1.7 acres, there's near room to do any type of viable retail. But you could do a gas station, that would fit, but not, let me say, anything that would fit in that footprint would work, but not much can fit in that footprint.
Anything else, Councilman Rogers?
No, that was my comments.
Okay. Anybody else before I open up public hearing? Okay, at this time, we're going to open up public hearing. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
Yes, sir. Juan Serrato.
Good evening again. My name is Juan Serrato. I'm a member of the Laborers International Union of North America, and I am in full support of this project. If you approve this project will be extremely beneficial for the community and for union workers like myself. This project will keep our highly skilled and trained local members, and not to mention our apprentices working. We have a state-recognized apprenticeship program that trains our apprentices on every scope of labor's work. I strongly support this project and urge you to approve. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Alfonso Sanchez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, councilmen and women. I am too, you could tell by the shirt, I'm with the Laborers International Union of Northern America. And I'm a second generation labor. I got 39 years in, skilled and trained. Done a lot of jobs around here. I worked at the water treatment plant off Idreasis. We're just hoping you pass this, keeps us working, keeps us with our benefits, our pension going, keeps us so we can be with our families and spend money out here and enjoy life and just keep it going. So thank you for your time and everything. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Bill Quisenberry.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Bill Quisenberry, Lyona. I'm here tonight to urge you to vote yes to approve this project as alternate one from my viewing of the presentation. As stated by my brothers here earlier, this project's going to enable local residents. We have local members that live here in Paris that are laborers that can work on this project. Also, surrounding communities. We're a transient industry. We go where the work is. So if you don't approve the project, this won't be one of the places we'll go to work. We'll have to find another place to go work. As my brothers also said, you know, our livelihoods depend on a consistent paycheck to keep our medical benefits covered for our families. And, you know, to back away from my topic here about us and the laborers and construction and jobs, you know, just from looking at the project on the presentations tonight from the applicant, from staff, well, first, I'd also like to commend the applicant for choosing one of our contractors to give us this opportunity to potentially work on this project. They didn't have to. You see, they could have solicited bids from somebody from out of state who might come into California and abuse some of the labor laws where they might feel that they're compelled to not abide by the laws here in the state of California. But from the presentation that I saw, I mean, another gas station? A gas station on every corner? I mean, it just doesn't seem like it's going to work. And overall, the project doesn't look like on alternate two that it's feasible. It's just not economically a benefit for anybody, for any investor, for anybody that wants to build. And the city will be getting $1 million. And the city will also be getting free trees. I think those are some overriding considerations to look at seriously when you make your decisions. So I urge you to adopt and approve the line items that will approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jose Radillo.
Good evening, mayors, city council. My name is Jose Verdillo. I'm also a laborer. I've been in labor for 18 years. I worked in Long Beach, Ontario, you name it, Bakersfield. We go wherever the jobs are. And a job like this will help us complete a full year that we need in order for us to have all the credits, the hours to submit into our vacation and pension plan. I hope you guys support us union workers. We're hard workers, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Nanette Placentia.
Okay. Hello, Mayor. Good evening, City Council members. I just want to say, my first comment is about the pictures that we were shown about the red safety zone area and the entrance areas right there for the building. My thing is, there are hundreds of workers that are in the warehouses that work in the warehouses that are marked in red zone areas. So it should just stay as a commercial property, which I'm assuming the safety concerns were taken into consideration already. And then it was decided to keep it as, or make it as a commercial zoned area. As well as being able to use Indian Street to make turns on as well, because I saw that it goes all the way out to Indian, so I was thinking, well, why can't you use Indian Street as also another turn out or turn in or something like that down on the far end of the building site. Another thing is I ask that you don't feel sympathetic to the developers, and I ask you, to feel sympathetic and feel the concerns of the residents here in Paris ahead of, the developers' concerns and what they want to accomplish. The commercial land can be used for commercial usage. The question is, are the city council members going to make the developers use it as it is right now? I'm here as a resident of North Paris to ask you to support with the Planning Commission and the residents of the north side and vote not to rezone the land at the corner of Ramona and Paris. The majority of residents on the north side do not need another warehouse built in their area. We have over 50 warehouses already in one area on the north side. If you drive down the streets off Ramona, there is a sea of warehouses already in that one area. Residents on the north side need that commercial land for things that would benefit them, like a small restaurant, small retail stores, doctor's offices. 15 acres is a lot of land that would benefit the Paris community. I also just want to point out that those little girls that were honored earlier from AYSO Soccer, their park that they play at will now have huge warehouses right behind their park that everyone will have a view of. So I please ask you, no more warehouses on the north side. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike Sotomayor.
Honorable Mayor, men and women of the council, thank you for your guys' time today. I am a member of the Carpenters Union, And first off, I just want to commend everybody here, staff, council, mayor, for all the work that you guys have done with us over the years. We continue to, you guys have definitely made some opportunities for us to work local. I do want to thank you guys for that. But nonetheless, like everybody's saying, I'm not going to continue to beat the drum over and over again. But we definitely still, there's a lot more work to do. And as a resident of here in city of Paris, I definitely would like to work close to home, just like everybody else, right? Nobody wants to continue to go all the way to Los Angeles and all these other far places. So if you guys can look upon favor with this, but obviously correct some things that need to be corrected, because as a resident, there are some issues that I see that definitely can use some correcting. But as a worker, definitely want to work close to home. So if we can do what we can to make things happen and make it possible and feasible, I'd be greatly appreciated. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
John Bradshaw.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. My church is across the street from this project. We've been watching that project sit there for 20 years without any development on it. Nothing but homeless issues, waste, trash, and a lot of flooding. We were hoping that maybe they could put something in that looked nice, that would represent our area and our community, but also something that really perks up that corner, which is what these developers have proposed. And I'm also a member and resident of the city and a member of 951 Riverside Carpenters. We need these jobs in this area. We do a lot of good work here. You guys know all of us. We're always on the job. We're always taking care of our family, and we would really appreciate you accepting this man's proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Omar Kabayan.
Good evening, Mayor, City Councilman. My name is Omar Kobian. I'm a representative for the Carpenters Union, but I also live in the city of Paris, and I'm very familiar with that corner. And I stopped and looked at this development, and I seen what was proposed today, and I start to think, well, what are we going to put in that corner if this is what's asked by the city? Another gas station, a small retail, a coffee shop, another Michoacana, which we already have one across the street. I know what's on the other side. There's plenty of small retail there. I don't see that being viable, not to mention the proposed location with that view. I mean that's amazing, all the perks of it. I'm here speaking on behalf of the members behind us that live in the area and say, we want to live close to home. We want to be able to coach our kids, our daughters, like the YSO girls, instead of being in traffic for 3 hours every day on the way home. We want that opportunity. If there was more developers like this one that actually made a commitment to union labor, I'm telling you, we'd be far better off. Wages would be higher throughout the area, throughout our industry. Unfortunately, there's developers that don't always play by the same set of rules. We are here in full support of the proposed, the first proposed development. And we feel that it's important that, as a resident, that we decide together what is really going to happen there. If we don't approve this project 20 years from now, that dirt lot's probably going to be the same. And it's going to be flooded again, and nobody's going to develop that corner, guys. They're not. Not with that, what is that, APZ2 zone. There's no way. So let's, together, collectively, let's. I think I encourage you guys to please approve this proposed project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gabriela Mendez.
Has my time started yet?
Just right now.
Okay, great. Good evening. My name is Gabriela Mendez. I am a community organizer with the Center for Community Action and Environmental Justice. I'm glad to see you guys received our letter. I'm here to provide input on public hearing item 11G, and this is a consideration to deny the rezoning of 15.66 acres from the commercial to light industrial to facilitate a development of a 347,918 square foot industrial building located at the southwest corner of Ramon Expressway and Paris Boulevard. After reviewing information pertaining to the proposed project, I would like to say that I am against the 15.66 acres from commercial to light industrial. On May 18th of 2022, the Planning Commission voted to recommend denial of the proposed Ramona, Paris, and Indian industrial development project to the City Council. So we urge the city to take the recommendation with that magnitude. The project will reduce commercially zoned property. So I also want to remind the City Council that the city can only make changes or amendments to the specific plans 4 times a year unless it's allowed by government code. So that's something that should be on your radar as well. Additionally, I would like to point out that as the Planning Commission noted, that should be the City Council, that the City Council should proceed with approving the project as proposed by the applicant. The Planning Commission recommends that the applicant should provide a study identifying whether the population density is with 1 or 2 radius or could support a commercial use along the Paris Boulevard frontage. According to the vicinity map and the presentation that you guys had earlier, there are homes right across who would benefit from these amenities. And we, as a center, also support workers and truckers, and this is something that they could have close, given that there's so much warehousing already in the area. They could have close to them to stop by to grab something to eat without having to drive really far into the city or find another amenity to rest out or to go take their break, right? In addition, if the city approves this rezone, you will be denying funds from commercial taxes and you will be accepting one-time money for the city. So you will not be receiving the taxes that you would receive annually from commercial developments, which is something that the city could really benefit from. So those are all my comments for today, and we really hope that you deny this rezoning because there's a reason why this is on the specific plan that this is commercial, because otherwise you guys are going to have to put it somewhere else too. And we're not anti-development. There is industrial development land in the city of Paris, so that's perfectly fine to develop there. That's why it's zoned that way. There's no reason why things should be rezoned when it was according to a specific plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Janet Bernabe.
Okay, good evening. I see my time has gone. Hi, good evening. My name is Janet Bernabe. I am a resident from the city of Paris for over 30 years now. And I'm also the organizing director for the Center for Community Action and Environmental Justice. First off, I want to take the time to thank the staff and the Planning Commission to recommend to deny the rezoning. And I also hope to thank Mayor Vargas to deny also this, because I remember that one of the his statement was that he does not plan to rezone any other land in our city for industrial. So overall, after reviewing and seeing this information pertaining to the proposed project, I would like to say that I'm against the rezoning. As mentioned before, from not only for myself, but other community members, we have enough of industrial in our community as it is. The Planning Commission recommended development of project with alternative 2 that has a smaller footprint and allows for commercial component to maintain uniformly with the current usage along Paris Boulevard. Staff continues to encourage project denial because it would remove the land usage from commercial accessibility of the community in Paris. I'm not just here as a representative of the Center for Community Action and Environmental Justice, but I'm also here representing myself, my community, my parents, and my daughter, which I brought with me tonight. Also, overall, the Paris community, in accordance with documentation, the Cal virus strain 4.0 already has a heavy burden of pollution impacts, especially for children who are negatively impacted by pollution of symptoms, including migraines, asthma attacks, respiratory issues, diabetes, and neurological
diseases or disorders, excuse me. So overall, I want to go ahead and pertain also to say that, you know, we're not against warehousing. I mean, labor unions, I know I've seen La Una various times in other communities also in favor of development. You are still going to be getting your warehouse, but of course, we do not want to rezone and continue to rezone our city for industrial. We do have already enough industrial in our communities, which we need something else. And besides that, in the corner of that intersection, you know, as I lived here for 30 years, yes, I've seen this land empty for many, many years, but I would like to see something else besides warehousing. There are alternatives, and as Rita Rogers had mentioned, you know, we do have alternatives to have something else in there, a coffee shop, another restaurant. You know, we are finally moving into the right direction. We're bringing commercial into our communities, and we don't want to stop that. We do not want to rezone. We already have enough warehouses in our communities, but overall, I want to go ahead and reiterate again that my name is Janet, and I hope that the the commissioners, the council will deny the rezoning and take in consideration what the planning commission had considered. Thank you so much. And I actually also brought the letters that we submitted earlier today, and I'm going to go ahead and hand it out just in case.
Thank you.
That is all.
IT, do we have anybody on the Zoom?
Yes, sir. We have a one Marvin Norman.
Marvin, if you're on, Mr. Norman, you got 3 minutes.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, great. Yes, my name is Marvin Norman. I'm a policy specialist here at the Center for Community Action and Environmental Justice. Just kind of reiterating what the colleagues have said. We're not necessarily opposed to development of warehouses, but we don't feel that this one is the correct one for the project, the correct project for the location. I do understand the challenges that come with trying to develop something under the active flight path, but it seems that the Planning Commission also understood them and yet feels that there's more that could be done and better decisions that could be made for getting development out of here. So we'd recommend the council follow the lead of the Planning Commission and deny this project as it is currently submitted. I know there's an alternative, and if the applicant were to bring that back, I guess we would take a look at that at the time and make a new decision for that project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anybody else, IT?
Yes, sir. A one Yvette Macias.
Hi, it's Macias, Yvette Macias. Good evening, council members and mayor. I'm here tonight to implore you to vote against the rezoning of the 15.66 acres from commercial to light industrial. As a lifelong Paris resident, I find it very discouraging that our council prioritizes industrial developers and out-of-town workers over residents time and time again. If you take the time to speak and listen to the people of Paris, you would realize that we are really fed up with the current state of our city. I'm sad to say that I've lost count of the dozens of great families that have moved to neighboring cities, claiming that Paris is not what it used to be and that the local politicians have sold out our city. Those same residents who believed in your promises of a better community are now questioning your true intentions. A decision to rezone is a slippery slope. You would set a precedent that could detrimentally destroy our city and displace hundreds of residents to warehouses. I also want to remind you that during past meetings, members of this body have gone on record against rezoning. So please do better by our community and vote to deny the rezoning. We will hold this council accountable for their obvious special interests and vote accordingly in November. I also want to take a brief minute to thank the union workers that came out tonight. Your work is so important, and that is by any means not missed. My uncles and cousins are all union workers. But like any development job, you know this and I know this site would be a temporary construction site and not a permanent one. That's important to remember. And as a response to the developer about the people per acre limitation, you insist that a coffee shop is a danger, but what about the hundreds of employees you will have inside the warehouse? I mean, I get it. A development is way more profitable and you're talking your way into it, so I understand. But let's be clear. I just really do hope that it doesn't take a marquee and $1 million for open space when in fact this council is selling open space to industry to convince an approval of this project. Please tell me you see the irony in the shameful cheap sale. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else, IT?
That is all, sir.
Okay, anybody else wishing to speak in the audience at this time? Okay, we're going to close the public comment or public hearing. Okay, going to revert back to council for any final comments or questions.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, before we close the public hearing, we would have to have the opportunity for the applicant to provide a potential rebuttal or respond to comments from the public comment portion.
Mr. Nagar, you want to comment?
Just real quickly.
I'm going to officially reopen the public hearing.
Just real quickly, I appreciate the passion of the Carpenters Union. We did not ask them to be here. We certainly welcome them being here. And they are residents, and they're looking to stay employed. As far as the other people who spoke, who identified themselves as residents, we're not insensitive to it. As I said, we plan projects to succeed, not fail. And if this could all be commercial, as Mr. Berger mentioned earlier, it would have been a long time ago. Again, Pacific Development Partners is renowned in the industry for doing Class A shopping centers. I can speak personally. He's done 3 in Temecula. People in this room have probably shopped there, ate at the restaurants there. I haven't been to others he's done in Orange County or other parts of Riverside and San Bernardino. But a lot of people said we should not rezone it because it should all be commercial. And what about the safety of people? All that has been taken into account, and we believe we've prepared the best project possible for this property. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, I'll now close the public hearing. And council, does anybody have any questions or comments? Councilwoman Nava?
Thank you, Mayor. I first and foremost would like to thank all the public comment speakers who took the time to join us and be here with us tonight and share your thoughts, comments, and concerns, every single one of them. I also tuned in and watched you all participate as well in the Planning Commission, and I want to go ahead and take a moment to thank our commissioners for doing a very fine job in vetting this project. I know they asked a lot of questions, and there was a lot of back and forth between the applicant and the commissioners. So Ramona is a heavily trafficked corridor. If you live here in Paris, you know exactly how much we spend time there as well, especially during traffic hours because of the truck traffic that we experience here in the city of Paris. But Ramona is no longer a truck route, so we hope to see improvements there. And along with those lines, the improvements that we want to see here in the city of Paris, I believe this project, the way that it's proposed, is not fit for that. The applicant claims that they're known to build type A type of retail, commercial, sit-down restaurants in Orange County and other cities that we have visited. But why are the city of Paris residents not worthy to have that within their own city? So to me, that's something that truly drives my consideration, that the applicant is not realizing what the city of Paris values are. We're preserving Paris Boulevard for commercial, and the unwillingness of the applicant to even consider just 25% of that property for commercial, I believe is just truly unfit. And I would advise, if this project were to move forward, to really work with our staff and take in the considerations that they have put forward in order for the residents to, be able to enjoy one of those amenities that you are known to bring to communities. So for now, those are just some of the comments that I have to make, and I hope that this project could better fit the balance of what we look to see here in the city of Paris. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Councilwoman Rogers?
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank everyone who did come out and speak. I certainly respect our hardworking union workers that give it their all. And I know there've been a number of projects that they've participated in our city of Paris. And I'm not opposed to industrial projects as a whole. It's just for that particular corner, our vision was always to have some commercial there. And I know our planning commissioners did a great job as vetting this. And I really feel that there can be some type of compromise with alternative two, where we can have some commercial along Paris Boulevard. And I just feel it's in the best interest of the city to hold out for some more commercial along that intersection. And there's lots of projects along Paris Boulevard where the median is there, where you do have to turn around and come around and find a different way to go in. But if you want to go to that store or that shop, you're going to do it. And so those are my concerns, that I want to keep that vision for the city of Paris. And at this time, I can't support alternative number one. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Councilman Corona?
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I do want to thank all the speakers that spoke today, especially the residents of Paris. I know the city of Paris has always been very supportive of labor. I think we were one of the first, or the only still, to approve a project labor agreement. So I want to thank all the people from the labor coming out and speaking on behalf of the project. I think we could have a separate discussion on whether to rezone the land underneath the flight landing path. But in this case, the way it's written right now, I think our staff did a great job of vetting the project, and I know I too did see the meeting, the planning commission meeting, and our planning commissioners did a phenomenal job of vetting the project as well too. So I don't think it's in our best interest at this time to rezone the entire project, the entire property. I think that we can work with our engineering and the property owners to come up with a solution for entering and exiting the property. But in this case, I think it's best to side with the recommendation of our staff and also the recommendation of our planning commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Councilman Reb?
Yes, Mayor Vargas. Getting some feedback on the mic I'm going to use. Thank you. First, I'd like to echo the sentiments of my colleagues. I'd like to thank everyone for coming out and speaking today, the members of the union, all the residents who spoke for and against the project. Going with my colleagues, I wouldn't be opposed to rezoning the land that's in the airport landing zone, the red zone. And given the other area, I think if we are going to move forward with phase two or the compromise, I think we should really eschew going forward and putting a gas station at that location, because there's already 3 gas stations in the area. I think personally, I actually wouldn't be opposed to rezoning the whole land industrial. I think there are several factors that play into this. One is the lack of access on Ramon Expressway and Paris Boulevard. 2 would be the fact that in the C2 zone, you can't have anything that's actually beneficial to the residents on the north side. You couldn't have a congregational grocery store, a movie theater. It would be basically what we have along Ramon Expressway from Paris Boulevard to the 215 freeway, an assemblage of coffee shops, fast food places, and gas stations. And I respect the Planning Commission's decision. I would have made the similar decision. However, the developer has worked with the city, worked with staff to sweeten the deal. My one concern would be, they indicated that they would be planting several trees. I would like what the definition of a tree is. Are they going to be, 2 12-inch saplings, or are they going to be 5-6 foot more developed trees? Another concern I'd have is the schematic that we were presented with. I think there are several issues that could make the area more pedestrian friendly. One is the sidewalk along Ramon Expressway, straightening it out, moving it away from the street, lining that median with trees. So in 20, 30 years, you have a shaded median on Ramon Expressway, a shaded walkway along Paris Boulevard, and then a shaded walkway along Indian. And then another concern I would like to look into, if we decide to go with either of the options, is looking at maybe making a solar parking structure in some of the solar areas. Maybe not so much the corner monument area, but putting solar parking areas similar to the library across the street or over here at Fossfield Park to mitigate some of the electrical issues. So overall, I was prepared to, I wouldn't be objecting to rezoning the entire land if those concerns were worked out to help mitigate the issues. But given the sentiments of my colleagues, it appears that if we are going to move forward, it's going to be option 2. If that's the case, I would ask that we eschew or don't move forward on putting a gas station / convenience store on that corner and go with something more in the line of a business office professions or a fast casual restaurant that is unique now to the city of Paris, not another Del Taco, another McDonald's, or any of those sites. So thank you once again to all the speakers who came.
Thank you. I also thank all the speakers, union, for showing up, letting you know. You have had several projects, at least since I've been mayor here in the city, and unfortunately not all get approved. For the record, I said I do not support rezoning unless there are 2 factors. Number 1, it's in the zone 2 of the APZ zone, which does not allow you to build commercial. Or 2, the community likes what's being proposed and with community benefits along with the project and support the rezone, then I would support the rezone. So it's not an accurate statement to state that the mayor says that he does not support rezoning. 2 issues would change that. Mr. Nagar, the rooftops, since I've been a mayor here for 6 years, and I'm tired of hearing about rooftops. I'm tired of hearing about demographics. Every store that's opened up in this city of Paris, whether it's a gas station, a mini mart, a restaurant, nail salon, they have been very successful. Because we don't have rooftops, but I got the head count in my house as a representative of that, where I have millennials that don't leave the house, where if they do, they come back. They call them boomerangs. There are 5 vehicles that are in my house because of my adult children and my wife and myself. You multiply that times 15 to 2,000 homes that are in the north end, and we have an additional, 300 to 500 more homes coming up. That's the head count. It's not roof count. Paris Boulevard is a gateway, in my opinion. It's a major thoroughfare that connects residents to the 215 freeway. It connects Romoland, San Jacinto. The people from Moreno Valley come down Evans or even Barris Boulevard to Ramon Expressway to catch on to the 215 because the nearest on-ramp for them is Citrus. It's closer to come to Paris. So I take offense to those comments. It's not just about you and Mr. Berger. I met Mr. Berger when I first came on. He's been trying to do something with this property. He bought it with the intention that this is commercial property. And the ALEC zone has changed that. It only limits 25% to be commercial. And that's what the community needs to understand. I keep trying to reach out and talk to people when they don't understand or they have negative issues. When we have this ALEC zone, we're restricted on what we can build. We cannot build churches, houses, residence, commercials. We're limited to basically a warehouse or a storage facility, something that does not create a lot of persons to be in there at the same time for the densities as you've been hearing tonight. The council lives here. I live in the north end. I'm not pickle-tink about all these warehouses. The vast majority, I think I've maybe only approved 1 so far. All these warehouses have been approved pre my existence as the mayor and the majority of the council as well. These have been approved many years ago, and they're just coming to fruition. So it's not this current council that's bringing all this into the parish. But the biggest driver to it is the APZ zone. It's unfortunate. If you go up you see all what's going on over by the base and what's called the March Joint Powers Order, that's all they have is warehouses because they're right in the center of it. And the jet, Mr. Nagar brought it up, the jet that crashed into through a roof of a warehouse. Thank God it wasn't a residential area or a shopping center. That is zoned APZ Zone 2. It was a warehouse. Not one person got hurt on that incident. And that's why this APZ zone exists, but we have to take the hit on it. We are the descending side of this airport land strip, Paris, the north end. And on top of that, we have to deal with the Paris Valley Airport skydive. We had to deal with issues on the south end of Paris as well, and that's why you see warehouses on that side. So I can be here to go on and on and on, folks, but the issue is there are reasons as to why. And the Planning Commission, that's their preliminary job to look out for the city. They live here as well. They are residents. Yes, I would love to see my Laguna workers that live here work here. My last 8 years on my job, I had to travel to LA. I know what they're talking about. I was never home. If I was home, it was to eat dinner, go to sleep, and go right back to LA. What I would like to see, it's been brought up, kind of what Councilman Rabbit says, if we can just continue on with the applicant to do literally a traffic study for that corner and see, I mean, every corner, in my opinion, is right in, right out. There is no left turns on not one place. And the only thing you can do is do a U-turn, and that's going south on Paris. I'm not sure about going, you can do a U-turn if you're eastbound on Ramona. I'm not sure if you can do a U-turn if you're westbound Ramona. But the issue is not one of those four corners has right in, right left out. Everything's right in, right out. So it's pardon me? Or there's a traffic signal that allows them to make a U-turn, not a left turn. Nobody has a left turn access into their facility there. So why three corners can be worked out in the fourth one, that's what I need to look. I'm not an engineer specialist, and I'm not trying to discredit Mr. Berger or Mr. Nagar, but we need to maybe come up with something to look and see what can be feasibly done in there, and then bring it back. The majority of this council right now is not going forward, so obviously. Okay, so I don't want to keep beating the bush here. I mean, I just want to get those few things out. But just real quick, how many acres is the commercial site? Oh, this prospective commercials, 3.5? Not 15. The whole site is like 15 acres. Right?
That's correct.
All right. Okay. All right, so at this point, I'm going to entertain a motion to either approve or deny.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Mr. Nagar.
Respectfully, hearing the will of the city council, we respectfully ask for continuance. We'll go back and work with staff and see what we can come up with based on all the comments we've heard today.
Okay. Do we still have to make a motion and to approve this or deny it? Can we?
Mr. Mayor, if the pleasure of the council is to continue the item, the council can make a motion to continue the item to August 30th?
Well, we'll just say a future date. The applicant has to set that up.
Yes, that's correct, to a future date, and direct staff to work with the applicant on coming up on some alternative site plan design for the commercial component.
All right. Someone willing to make that motion? If not, I will. Councilman Rabb? He's going to make the motion as stated.
May I make one more comment for clarity? I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
May I make one more comment for clarity? As Ms. Miramontes just said, we'll come back to staff to work out the size and configuration of the industrial and the size of the commercial. As far as the site plan for the commercial, it's hard to figure out at this point.
That's understood. It would be a conceptual
It's all
site plan that shows how it would work.
It's all
Got it.
conceptual.
Thank you. Thank you.
I would, given the comments from the applicant and my colleagues, I would make a motion to continue this matter to a date in the future so that the applicant with city staff could work on developing the previously mentioned issues regarding the commercial and the industrial.
I'll second that.
Okay, Mayor?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused. So are we about to vote on continuing what we said.
We're gonna
that
continue so they can come back with allow them to go work with staff and try to come up with the conceptual idea to still continue with the 25% of commercial on the corner.
Okay.
And
So,
then
so they're not gonna come back with an option for the whole entire thing to be industrial?
That's not the direction, no.
Okay.
The direction is to work on that 25% commercial. We can't do commercial on the other side, so obviously that's gonna be light industrial. So they're gonna work out something on the remaining 25% at the corner with a conceptual concept for commercial.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
Staff, did you get all that for the motion?
Yes, we did.
Okay. All right, that's the motion by Councilman Rabb, and it's second by Councilwoman Rogers. Please call a roll call vote.
Councilmember Rabb? Councilmember Rogers?
Yes.
Councilmember Nava?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Corona?
Yes.
Mayor Vargas?
Yes,
5-0, motion approved.
thank you. Mr. Berger, Nagar, thank you for your time. 11H, consideration to adopt first reading of proposed ordinance number next in order, or adopt a proposed resolution number next in order, adopting local campaign contribution limits and other campaign regulations pursuant to Assembly Bill number 571, which is also known as AB 571. And this will be introduced by our Assistant City Attorney, Mr. Robert Koo.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. Deputy City Attorney Yesenia Vargas will be making the presentation of my office. Thank you.
Did you say Cynthia Vargas?
Yesenia Vargas.
You must be a great lawyer.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. So I will be presenting tonight on AB 571 relating to campaign contribution limits and regulations. So first off, this presentation will first address some of the background on AB 571, and then I will go ahead and touch on some of the city's options in light of it. So AB 571, Assembly Bill 571, was enacted back in October of 2019. And essentially what this bill did is, beginning January 1st, 2021, any city or county in California that did not have a locally adopted campaign contribution limits, AB 571 would impose default contribution limits specified in AB 571, as well as other campaign regulations, again, listed in AB 571. At the time, and still to today, the City of Paris does not have its own locally adopted campaign contribution limits, and because of this, the limits currently in AB 571 apply to the City of Paris. Let me go back. So AB 571 does specify that a city, even after the passage of AB 571, can adopt its own local ordinance or resolution providing for campaign contribution limits. And if it does so, all of the other regulations provided within AB 571 do not apply. So we've prepared an ordinance and resolution for tonight for your consideration for first reading. And I have two slides here providing both AB 571 provisions, which currently apply to the City of Paris, and then some of the provisions and how they compare to what is in the proposed ordinance and resolution. So most importantly is the current campaign contribution limit is $4,900 in AB 571, adjusted by the FPPC in January of each odd-numbered year based on the CPI. The ordinance and resolution currently as drafted has a $20,000 limit. And this will also be adjusted by the city in January of each odd-numbered year based on the CPI. Next up, in AB 571, it states that the candidates cannot make a campaign contribution to another candidate subject to AB 571 in excess of the state contribution limits, which are $4,900. The current ordinance draft and resolution also have a similar provision, but of course, it references the $20,000 limit. Lastly, on this slide, under AB 571, a candidate that has qualified as a committee must establish separate controlled committee and campaign bank accounts for each specific office. And specifically, candidates may not redesignate a committee for one election for another election. The ordinance and resolution state that the candidates may redesignate a committee for one election for another. Second slide on the comparison. Under AB 571, candidates may transfer campaign funds from one controlled committee to another with a specified accounting method listed there. And specifically, these contribution amounts refer back to the original $4,900. In the proposed ordinance or resolution, the candidates may transfer campaign funds totaling no more than $50,000 per election from one controlled committee or campaign fund to another controlled committee. And then in AB 571 specifically, a candidate for elective office may raise contributions for a general election before the primary election and for a special general election before a special primary election. For the same elective city office, if the candidate sets aside these contributions and uses these contributions for the general election or special general election, there is no provision that we have in the ordinance or resolution providing for this. Under AB 571, violations are misdemeanors. They are subject to penalties imposed, specifically referred to in the Political Reform Act. And very particularly, AB 571 does provide that these, the enforcement is on the FPPC. AB 571 provides that if a city does adopt its own local campaign contribution limits, these will be enforced by the city. The FPPC will not enforce them. So the current resolution and ordinance as drafted state that there is a fine of up to $1,000, up to 6 months in jail or both. But something to mention is the ordinance, of course, would have this violation listed and these penalties. A resolution does not have this same enforcement mechanism. So if a resolution is adopted, there would be no violations or enforcement listed within.
By the city. Okay,
Go back.
Yeah. Can you move, IT, can you move the screen from the bottom? So if we do a resolution, the city handles the fines. If we don't, then the FPPC will not enforce locally adopted campaign.
Regardless of adopted through resolution or ordinance, the FPPC will not enforce.
So no matter which way we go,
Yes.
we are the enforcers?
Yes,
Oh,
absolutely.
I thought it was different. Okay, thank you.
Yes, the only difference is the ordinance itself does provide for the violations, but resolutions themselves do not. So if a resolution is adopted, there would be no mechanism for enforcement within the resolution.
Got it.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, just to clarify, resolutions, they can't be enforced via citations or infractions or misdemeanors. You'd have to do an ordinance for that mechanism in order to do that.
Okay.
So just to kind of wrap that part up, the city does have an ability within AB 571 to adopt its own campaign contribution limits. These can be higher or lower than what the city has provided, than what AB 57 has provided. The city can also adopt no limits, but AB 571 specifically provides this authority to cities and counties. And again, where a city does adopt a campaign contribution limit, all the other regulations in AB 571 wouldn't apply. It would just be the campaign contribution limits adopted by the city. So the city's options, of course, are to maintain the current campaign contribution limits and regulations already imposed on it by AB 571, or the city may adopt an ordinance and or the resolution adopting local campaign contribution limits. The city may choose its own limits. The city does not have to adopt any of the additional regulations in AB 571. A resolution would be effective immediately. An ordinance would not be effective, of course, because of the first and second reading, until 30 days after the adoption, which would be on or about September 30th, 2022. So we've also pulled some information from surrounding cities and what they do in terms of AB 571. So we have Murrieta, Hesperia, basically a lot of cities kind of locally, and their population listed, what their current contribution limit is, whether they adopted an ordinance. Some cities, as you can see, had already had one adopted beforehand, like Murrieta and Grand Terrace. Some cities adopted an ordinance after AB 571. And there are, of course, a number of cities that chose not to do anything like the city of Paris, to just go ahead and let the default limits and regulations apply from AB 571. And there is also a correction in the agenda item staff report. There, I have provided that Hesperia and Grand Terrace are adjusted annually by CPI, but it's just Murrieta. But all of these amounts are current. So any questions, but I'll switch back to the last slide.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
Before we proceed to the question section, I do wanted to add that the city did receive one comment letter after the agenda was posted. This comment letter was provided to the city council and also to the members of the public available as well. It's there for your consideration as well. And I also did want to add that we did make changes to the ordinance and resolution. This too was provided to the city council. The changes were made after the agenda, but they were the changes were provided to the city council and the members of the public. It's available, I believe, out front. To summarize the changes is that we just added a recital clarifying that by adopting this ordinance or resolution, the requirements of AB 571 do not apply to the city per the statute.
Got it. Okay, Councilman Corona?
Yes, I'm wondering if you could go back to the slide that talks about the campaign contribution limits. That one right there. So I see we have AB 571, and then I see that there's a proposal for $20,000 for contribution limits. Who proposed that?
I brought this to, rather than reinvent the wheel, I brought this from the county's resolution.
Right, but who put $20,000 in there?
That's what the county reads. I brought the county resolution, brought it over to the city. This would be,
Okay.
rather than reinvent the wheel, we can start with this.
Okay, so just a starting point, okay.
Yeah, it's a suggestion for us to make comments on and make a
Okay.
recommendation.
Okay, because in the letter that we did receive, $20,000 was pretty like with the person that sent us the letter was pretty upset with that. I too, when I first saw the $20,000, was kind of a little bit, I thought it might have been an error or something.
No.
Okay, so okay, I'm just trying to apply something that's specific to our city. How much is the largest campaign contribution that anybody's received in their city? Do we have that number?
I'm not aware of an amount. No, we don't have that information today.
Okay, so there's nobody there. So we're voting on campaign contributions, but we don't have anybody that can answer what's the largest amount and who gives the largest amounts?
No, we do not have this information tonight.
Okay, so I take it Judy's not there then? Judy Honey?
She is
I'm not
here.
even seeing it.
Yeah, no, she
Okay.
is here. She indicated she doesn't have a number.
Okay. Because I'm trying to see who would donate $20,000 or $10,000. Are they going to be residents of our city? Or is that common for residents of our city to donate $10,000?
Like I said, we don't have that information.
Who are you asking,
don't have that
Councilman Mayor Pro Tem? Who are you asking this to?
I'm asking Clara or for anyone that would know. I would think that we're voting on campaign finances and campaign contributions, that somebody would maybe have some data to apply to our city specifically. But at the time, it sounds like we don't have any of those numbers.
Well, we've never had limits. The city council has never had limits.
Okay.
So
Okay,
I
but-
would rather than
Yeah,
give the sky
but-
limit, I suggested we start at 20. And it could
Okay.
come from a developer, it could come from a union, it could come from a resident.
I can't see any resident donating $20,000.
I just said it could. I
But,
didn't say
okay.
it is.
It could. So as of right now, we don't have
And
any
you got to
limits,
remember,
like-
this is per election, not per.
Right.
Okay.
Right, okay. Okay, thank you.
All right. Councilman Rogers, Councilwoman Rogers, excuse me.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, we've never had limits in the city before. So it's an election cycle. So you might get a $5,000 contribution one year from the same person, and the following year, they give you another 5,000. And on your 460, you have to do the cumulative total for that person during the election cycle. So your election cycle could be a full 4 years. So that dollar amount is to cover the full 4-year cycle of your election cycle. So it's not just the 1 year.
Anybody else?
I'd just like to add some comments as well to this. We recently have adopted term limits as well as districts here in the city of Paris. And my interpretation of that, and one of my reasonings for the districts, which I did have some way in, is that to make it accessible for your everyday resident to run for office. There's a reason why there's caps on contributions. There's a reason why politics at some point can be influenced by donations, and we're all aware of that. And I believe the reason why the FPCC is involved and AB 571 is involved as well is to try to have some balance and some say in that. So all the while, I guess my point is to say that if our city continues to have no limits, I am afraid for the future of our city that we will be influenced by developers. And that's something that I believe no candidate should be forced to compete with. We're here for the residents. Our voice is to serve the residents. And if at any point in time we skew away from that, then I believe our work here is not fair. And we all know everyone's interests at hand, and there's a lot of decisions that are made. And these positions come with a lot of influence as well. And to have financial influences backed up to them, I believe is unhealthy for our residents and for the best growth of all our community, right? When you make a decision, you take into account what's best for the majority of our residents. And some decisions are not easy to make, but all the while, that's a leading principle that I believe any candidate should have. So I won't be here for long, and we have term limits, but again, I would be really disappointed in the future if there's candidates that I know are tightly influenced just based on contribution. So those are my 2 cents on this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? So, I just, for me, it was, we all let this go by, not paying attention, and here's another method of the state trying to take control of local office again, and rather than having just an unlimited blanket, I started with what I saw what the county offered, and that was 20,000. We took a lot of language from them to make it easier on staff instead of having to reinvent the whole wheel. So I'd rather see 20 than unlimited, and I surely don't want to be ran by the state. This is a local office here. We govern ourselves, and I think we should have our control here, just like we have with other issues. So, Councilman Corona, do you have another comment? Or, excuse me, Mayor Pro Tem? You're on mute.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I'm done with my questions, but my comments is, I do believe that $20,000 is excessive. I know the county, each of the county supervisors, they represent about 500,000 people, where the council, the majority of us represent about 20,000 people. So I think $20,000 is excessive. I think we could all be honest and say that no resident is going to be giving you $20,000 even throughout 4 years. It's not going to happen. The default that they listed was $4,900. I don't even think a resident is going to give that much for your average resident. I'm not sure if anybody's ever received that much from one resident that doesn't have a special interest in the city. I think the majority of the people that are giving those large paychecks, obviously, as Councilwoman Nava had stated, is going to be the developers. I know in the last election, it was developers that gave the most contributions by far of anybody. So I would actually be in favor about 2,500, but I mean, if the default, I can't see it going higher than that. I know the Murrieta, they go up to $1,300. I think that might be more in line where we may need to go to. At the same time, though, that there's no limit for a candidate themselves to use their own money. So I can see a wealthy candidate kind of funding their own thing and putting a limit on everybody else. But I think maybe around $2,500 would be in line, but definitely not above $4,900. For one person to give to one campaign throughout 4 years, I think there needs to be a special interest involved in that. And then for the rollover amount, I think we have it listed as $50,000. Is that correct? Okay, is that coming from the county as well?
I don't remember what the county was. I think theirs was like 100,000.
Okay, so who changes to 50,000 then?
I'm referred to council. I believe that was a recommended, I don't recall that was the county's, it was a recommended amount of $50,000. And again, I just want to remind that these numbers can all be changed tonight if you desire to do so as well. But the 50,000 was just based on.
That sounds about right, yes.
Okay, so somebody on the council said it should be 50,000 for that one, but the other one should stay at $20,000? Is that what the information that you got, Clara?
Yes, as the mayor mentioned, the $20,000 was the recommended amount that was included in the county's ordinance. And if I recall, I thought it was 50,000 in the county's ordinance.
I think so.
We'd have to pull it.
We have to double check, but I believe that was the case. But as city manager said, city council can address or adjust these numbers as they see fit.
Okay, so going back to that, I think that, a county, they're representing, 500,000 people, where in the city, the mayor would represent everybody, so all 80,000 people. So I would probably make that proportion to that, to about 1/5. So maybe about 10,000 or $20,000 at the most, to be able to roll over from one campaign to the next. I think about $20,000 would be appropriate for a city of our size.
Well, Mayor Pro Tem, just to clarify, the rollover, the carryover amount is unlimited. So if you're running for your same office, basically, so
if you're running for the same office, so you can take everything with you, right?
Right.
So explain what the $50,000 is for.
So the $50,000.
How would that be used?
Right. So the $50,000 is if you were going to move the money to, say, another to run for another elected office, for example, besides the city office.
So if you're going to move up higher up or something.
Right. So you're going to run for state assembly,
if you
for
want to run
example.
for supervisor state assembly, okay.
Right.
And then, but right now, as of right now, we have unlimited.
Right now, my understanding is that that is limited to.
The 4,900.
Is it 4,900?
Yes.
Okay.
So you could only transfer 4,900.
Under AB 571 rules, correct.
Okay. Now, did they ever provide a reason for that?
The legislature, when they adopted AB 571, they didn't really provide a reason for that. That's just how the rules, they set it up. I mean, 4,900 is adjusted since it was, I believe the original amount in the code was $3,000, and it's been adjusted over time for CPI. But in terms of reasoning for that, the legislature really didn't articulate that in the analysis.
Okay. Well, sure. I wonder if maybe that should just be the default then. Okay, I think that's all the comments from me then. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Nava?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Corona is referencing the county. However, the county implemented their very own limits, right? This isn't based on FPCC as well. They're subject to the 4,900, is that correct?
The county, by implementing their own limits, they're no longer subject to the FPPC rules under AB 571. So their contribution limit of $4,900 under the AB 571 does not apply, including other regulations that we mentioned. The city, though, without a contribution limit, currently has to follow AB 571 rules, the $4,900 limit per person per election, and the other regulations that are provided in AB 571, which as part of that fact sheet that we included as part of the staff report.
Okay. So I'm looking at a worksheet. It's directly from the Fair Political Practice Commission, and it's stating that city and county candidates subject to Section 85301D, 4,900 is what's recommended, right? But
Well, that's the amount that's set if the county or city in question does not have a limit. So,
Okay.
for example, if the county of Riverside didn't adopt their ordinance, then that's the rule they'd have to follow.
okay, so just for clarification for my own, since Councilmember Corona is referencing the county, however, the county, it's their own implemented terms, right? It's not based on,
Correct. Though they did adopt, as you saw in the presentation, they did adopt some of the rules in AB 571, but in terms of the actual contribution amounts, they adopted something that was different compared to.
entirely of their own, okay.
Correct.
Because even for recommendations, or maybe I'm using the wrong term, but even Senate and Assembly, 4,900, the only one that goes up to 8,100 is Lieutenant Governor, Secretary of State, Attorney General, Treasurer, et cetera. But that's just, again, to reiterate that I feel that every level of government should be representative in accordance to however many residents they represent. I feel the greater number of residents you represent, there may be a greater cushion. However, even in regards to this FPCC worksheet, the farther up they go, they still stick with the same 4,900. So that's just something to help guide the conversation here. Thank you.
Okay, if there are no other questions. We're going to open a public hearing. Madam Clerk, do you have any requests to speak?
Yes. Janet Bernabe.
Hi, good evening again. My name's Janet Bernabe. As I mentioned previously, I am a resident of the city of Paris for 30 years. I'm going to go ahead and hand out a letter that our organization actually emailed to the city council and the city clerk. First of all, I would like to I want to thank the staff for leading the way and by complying with AB 571 regarding the Fair Political Practice Commission, who has set standards for impairment and effective administration of the Political Reform Act. As stated, not just overall, in Paris, the median household income is less than $64,000 a year. The poverty rate is just under 17%. What family can contribute $20,000 a year to help a peer represent? Can contribute $20,000 a year to help elect a peer to represent their interests. So much more, what I want to say is that if the city votes to allow the contributions 4 times and greater than AB 571, it will signal to the people that you are in violation of the California Code Government 5324.32.4, because the only entitlements that have such funds are a special interest, as mentioned before from Council or Pro Tem Councilmember Corona. We want to make sure that the representation of our community is not being dictated by private interests and developers that are contributing to campaigns, as this creates a conflict of interest. And as we all know, it does create conflict of interest, and which I have been able to view the 560s that from the city council that prove the contributions that they receive from developers. And overall, I want to state, if this can even go further, I would want to see that if city council tends to receive contribution from developers to excuse themselves from voting on any development, that's going to be a conflict of interest. But of course not, looking at overall that the contributions that are being given to both two city council members, including the mayor, that tends to receive developer money to be able to continue the work or continue the election that he has. But overall, the CCHA and the community of Paris takes exception that the Paris is suggesting contributions limit of 20,000. What that is absurd unless it is a special interest. The default limit for contributions to the city and the county candidates subject to AB 571 for 2021 and 2022 is set at 44,900 per election. We demand that the resolution sends the contribution limit to 4,900 per election and prevent developers from campaigns and contributions. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
That is all.
IT, do we have anybody?
Yes, sir. We have one Elizabeth Ayala.
Elizabeth, if you're on, you got 3 minutes.
My name's Elizabeth Ayala, and I agree with the young lady that just spoke right now. I feel the 4,900 is well enough for campaign elections. Otherwise, we're looking into corruption and special interests. And then, of course, when it comes to voting on that personal business that contribute to you, even though you guys have something written where you're able to still vote on a subject even though they gave you a contribution, I feel that it's not right. And I know Rita Rogers gets her donations from commercial. I know Mayor Vargas has had a few, but I do agree with Councilwoman Nava. She said it perfectly well. You guys are there for us and to serve us in the community. So I'm hoping that this gets denied for 20,000. That's observed. I would just leave it at the 4,900 and let it be done with that. Otherwise, again, we're going to get more corruption into the politics, and we don't need that in our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else, IT?
No, sir. That is all.
Okay, we're going to close the public hearing. And at this time, I'm going to call for or entertain a motion on either.
Oh, Mayor?
Yes.
I have a couple questions with in light of the new comments. I want to ask Mr. Q. With the comments that they were bringing up, I know this is similar to something I brought up, and it was denied by the council at the time. But I tried to bring up an item in the past about whether if you vote on something, then you would need to disclose that information. Is that something that we could be attached to this because it kind of has something to do with campaign contributions, or would that have to be on a different item, a whole separate item?
Just to clarify, do you mean when you vote on an item, what would you be disclosing?
Okay. So if I got money, say from a Denny's or something, right? For Denny's corporate, for example, and then they're voting on a project to approve a Denny's, then I would need to disclose that information, kind of similar to what many of us have to do for our other boards, our outside boards. I know I have to disclose whether I receive campaign contributions. Now, as opposed to, I think what Ms. Bernabe stated, it wouldn't keep you from being able to vote on the project, but it would that you would have to at least disclose that you did receive money. Is that something that we could attach to this, or is that something maybe to talk about later on?
Well, first of all, state law doesn't require the disclosure because it's a campaign contribution, and state law doesn't consider campaign contributions to be conflicts of interest. If the council would like to add that requirement, I suppose that's possible. With respect to this ordinance, I'm wondering if that's actually a campaign contribution regulation. I think it's possible, I think, because as long as it relates to campaign contributions.
It's something you had to look into because it's strange how commissioners we can't, but yet it's a council can.
It's a little different, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, you know what, I'd probably say that for a later time, just to kind of move this a little forward.
Councilman Rogers, did you have
Thank
another
you.
comment? Councilwoman?
Yeah, we disclose all contributions on our 460s that are required several times during an election period and twice a year on non-election years. So that's full disclosure. That's what we're required by the FPPC. Is that not correct?
That is correct.
So we do disclose all contributions. And those are public documents that are online when we started our transparency.
Okay. Councilman or Mayor Pro Tem, your hand's still up. Did you have anything else?
Oh, no, so are we voting for what? Like you're saying the motion for just anything in general?
I'm entertaining a motion that was presented to us or for the resolution or a ordinance.
Okay, can I motion to adapt that, to change it? Is that what you're asking?
If you would like to suggest changes to the ordinance, then you could make a motion, for example,
Okay.
to introduce the first reading of the ordinance with XYZ changes.
Okay, I do want to start out by just motioning to change it to $4,900 as I believe that $20,000 is excessive.
Okay, is there a second?
Point of clarification, is that the ordinance or the resolution?
Are you motioning for a resolution or a ordinance?
For
just-
the ordinance?
Just to clarify, Mayor Pro Tem, are you wanting to, did you make a motion to amend the ordinance before the council so that it says 4,900 instead of the 20,000?
Yes.
If I may, I think the first thing we need to, I would recommend is that the council decide whether you want to move forward with a resolution or an ordinance and make the appropriate changes. The resolution would take effect tomorrow if it is approved tonight, even with changes. The ordinance would have to come back for a second reading. So that may be something you may want to start with.
Councilman Rab?
I know there's a motion pending, but I would ask that if we're going to proceed, we proceed with the resolution. It expedites the process, it gets things running so that tomorrow we can move forward one way or the other.
I see you nodding your head, yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah. I'm not in a rush for the next election, but I do know that some of my colleagues do have election coming up soon.
Yeah.
So I'm definitely agreeable to that.
So we agreed to a resolution.
Yeah, for a resolution
So you're making
to change it.
So your motion is for a resolution and your change is?
To strike out the 20,000 and then replace it with the 4,900 to keep us in line with our neighboring cities.
Is there a second?
There is a second.
Councilman Rab, did you have another question or comment? Okay, it's first by Mayor Pro Tem, second by Councilwoman Nava. Call roll call vote.
Councilmember Rabb?
No.
Councilmember Rogers?
No.
Councilmember Nava?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Corona?
Yes.
Mayor Vargas?
No. Okay, so,
Rab Rogers Vargas, no. Nava Corona, yes.
all right, is there another motion that?
Yes, I would a motion that we approve the resolution as presented in the staff report.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
And that's a resolution, right?
Yes, resolution.
Okay, call roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Rabb?
Yes.
Councilmember Rogers?
Yes.
Councilmember Nava?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Corona?
No.
Mayor Vargas?
Yes.
Rab Rogers Vargas, yes. Nava Corona, no.
All right, thank you. That moves us on to item 12, business items. 12A is consideration to receive and file an air quality, greenhouse gas emissions, and environmental noise condition study for industrial developments. This will be introduced by our Development Services, Director of Development Services, Kenneth Fung. or not?
Yes, I will be doing the quick introduction. Let me just start. Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. The reason this item is before you because back in January of early this year, there was a moratorium discussion. There was no consensus to move forward with that, but as a result of that discussion, there's a request to prepare an air quality study. Before I begin, IT, can you put up the presentation, please? As a result of that request, Council directed staff to prepare an air quality study that addresses air quality, diesel health risk assessment, greenhouse gas, noise issues, and to do a comparison with surrounding cities and the immediate region. A report has been prepared based on Council's direction. And at this point, I just want to introduce you to Michael Brown, who will do the presentation on the technical analysis. Just for background information, Michael Brown has been the city's environmental consultant for the past almost 2 decades. His expertise is in air quality and just all general CEQA analysis. He brings a breadth of experience, and that's why we brought him on board to go through the analysis. And with that said, I'm going to transfer this over to Michael Brown, and I'll conclude the presentation.
Thank you, Kenneth. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. It's a pleasure to actually present to you rather than just answering questions for some time. So it's been a long evening, so let's get into it. But I know that you had this the discussion in the past, and I hope that with the report and the presentation tonight, we're giving you some of the answers that you are looking for there. So I'd like to start off by talking about air quality and health risks. And the first thing here is showing examples of sources of air pollutants in Paris. And you can see there's a wide range of sources, anywhere from industrial uses such as sewage treatment or dry cleaners such as commercial, gasoline dispensing, even things like lawnmowers and commercial products like barbecue lighter fluid and hairspray. And then, of course, you have your mobile sources, you have aircraft, locomotives, boats up at the lake, you have race cars, and then there are also natural sources of pollutants in the area, such as windblown dust and fires. The first pollutant that I'd like to discuss tonight is ozone. And ozone is a gas that is formed when volatile organic compounds and nitrogen oxides, which are both byproducts of internal combustion engine exhaust, undergo slow photochemical reactions in the presence of sunlight. Ozone is not a pollutant that is emitted directly by internal combustion engines. So the figure on this page here shows ambient ozone concentrations in this sort of general area of Southern California. And as you can see, ozone concentrations are generally lower the closer that you are to the ocean, and that they increase as you go inland. And that's largely because of higher temperatures in inland areas. It's a result of the slow process of creating the ozone from the precursor pollutants, and the fact that the general winds blow those pollutants towards the east, towards the area that we're at here now. And so in the lower corner of this page, you'll see a maximum ozone concentration comparison that is provided by data from the CalEnviro screen model. And this compares Paris with surrounding cities. And you'll see that the maximum concentrations in Moreno Valley are slightly higher than Paris. Menifee is slightly lower, and Riverside is basically the same as Paris. The next pollutant I want to talk about is particulate matter. And PM is a complex mixture of aerosolized solid and liquid particulates, including such substances as organic chemicals, dust, allergens, and metals. The two primary pollutants of concern are PM10 and PM2.5, which consist of extremely small suspended particles or droplets 10 microns and 2.5 microns or smaller in diameter, respectively. And some sources of particulates, like pollen and windstorms, are naturally occurring. In agricultural areas, large amounts of airborne particulates are generated by plowing and other field work. And in populated areas, most particulates are caused by road dust, diesel soot, combustion products, abrasion of tires and brakes, and construction activities. Once again, we have a chart here showing some ambient concentrations in the general Southern California area here. And you'll see the highest concentrations are located around Ontario and flowing into Riverside area. In Paris, it's actually sort of moderate in compared to other areas here. And once again, in the lower left corner, I'd like to show you that once again, we have the city of Paris maximum concentration, which is slightly lower than what's predicted for Moreno Valley, slightly higher than for the city of Menifee, and substantially lower than the city of Riverside. The next issue here is toxic air contaminants. And toxic air contaminants refer to a diverse group of air pollutants that can affect human health but have not had ambient air quality standards established for them. The California Air Resources Board has identified and approved a list of 189 toxic air contaminants. Toxic air contaminants occur from many diverse sources of air pollution, from motor vehicles, stationary sources, industrial and commercial processes, such as refining, and commercial products. When we're dealing with the type of warehouse projects in Paris here, the toxic air contaminant of primary concern is diesel particulates. And when evaluating toxic air contaminant impacts, what we're looking at is a cancer risk, which is expressed as the number of extra cancer cases occurring over a 70-year lifetime per 1 million people who are exposed to the toxic air contaminants. This chart here shows data that's been provided by the South Coast Air Quality Management District showing toxic air contaminant concentrations within Southern California here. And you can see that Paris is actually in one of the sort of lower areas of the air basin. Higher concentrations are located in the San Gabriel Valley and over in the Los Angeles Basin. In the upper left corner of this page, there's a chart here that shows that over the past 2 decades, diesel vehicle miles traveled have increased, but at the same time, due to controls and regulations put into place by the California Air Resources Board, the diesel cancer risk has actually decreased substantially during that time. And once again, in the lower corner here, we have a comparison of Paris with the surrounding communities. Paris is lower than Moreno Valley, just slightly higher than Menifee, and substantially lower than Riverside. And then the last air quality issue that I'd like to discuss is asthma, because a number of people have commented on that for recent industrial projects. And asthma is a chronic lung disease that's characterized by episodic breathlessness, wheezing, coughing, and chest tightness. Exposure to traffic and outdoor air pollutants can trigger asthma attacks. Here we have another screen showing CalEnviro's screen asthma risk estimates for the Southern California area. And you can see that San Bernardino area has the highest rates in this area here. Paris is fairly moderate. And in the lower left corner here, another comparison. And this one actually shows that Paris has a lower maximum asthma risk per 10,000 population than Moreno Valley, Menifee, and is substantially lower than Riverside. Now, when it's assessing the air quality impacts of industrial projects in Paris, the city assesses the air quality impacts of new development projects in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act. The city utilizes the models, methodologies, and thresholds of significance recommended by the South Coast Air Quality Management District to evaluate project impacts. And in this case, the city assumes a minimum one-way heavy-duty truck trip length of 40 miles when evaluating industrial project impacts in place of the default 6.9-mile trip length that's in the South Coast AQMD's recommended model. This is consistent with South Coast AQMD recommendations for industrial projects, and it provides a conservative analysis. What we've put together here is a table that shows a listing of representative warehouse projects that have been approved in the city since 2010. And as you can see from this table here, projects that are basically over 800,000 square feet are the ones that have resulted in significant air quality impacts being identified in their environmental documents. Projects that are lower than that are, or actually, I'm sorry, just over 660,000 square feet. My apologies there. Projects that are smaller than that have all been less than significant based on the thresholds established by the AQMD. Now, the majority of projects that have been approved in the city have occurred within the Paris Valley Commerce Center specific plan area. And all projects within the specific plan area are required to implement the mitigation measures from the PVC CSP EIR, whether or not the impacts of the individual development projects are significant. This addresses the cumulative impacts of development within the PVC-SP planning area. So all those projects we listed previously, even if they were less than significant, mitigation was applied to them. Things like, for construction and operation, idling no more than 5 minutes. But there are 21 mitigation measures for air quality in the EIR that are applied to projects as applicable. One of the things that we were asked to do was compare potential development scenarios of a theoretical development site. And so working with staff, we came up with an idea of a 40-acre development. And so we looked at what would be the impacts if that 40-acre site were developed with a warehouse, a shopping center, single-family residential, and apartments. And we went through all the calculations, and we found that compared to the warehouse development, both the shopping center and apartments would actually generate more emissions than the warehouse project. The single-family residential project would generate less. Now let's talk briefly about greenhouse gas emissions. Greenhouse gas emissions refer to a group of emissions that are believed to affect global climate conditions. These gases trap heat in the atmosphere, and the major concern is that increases in GHG emissions are causing global climate change. Now, global climate change is global in nature. It is not localized like the air quality and noise impacts that we're also discussing tonight. So when evaluating the GHG impacts of industrial projects in Paris, the city utilizes the South Coast AQMD's 10,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalence thresholds for new industrial sources to evaluate GHG impacts. The city applies this threshold to all of the GHG emissions generated by a proposed project. For example, the area sources, energy sources, vehicular sources, solid waste sources, and water sources. And this is considered to be conservative because the South Coast AQMD's adopted threshold actually only applies to the new stationary sources generated at industrial facilities. So here we have another table showing representative projects. Here, the same list of projects approved since 2010. And you can see on this one that for the most part, it's the projects that are 1.1 million square feet or greater that have identified significant impacts associated with GHG impacts. There is the one smaller project, the Integra Paris Distribution Center project, that's at 864,000 square feet, that's also identified as significant. But that project was evaluated by the city before the South Coast AQMD adopted their industrial threshold. So we came up with another methodology to evaluate that project and determined that it was significant. If that project was evaluated today using the current methodology and thresholds and everything, it would have been less than significant. And once again, if we go to the left-hand side here, we have our comparison of our theoretical development scenarios for the 40-acre site. And once again, a shopping center and an apartments could actually generate more GHG emissions than a warehouse would, but a residential development on that site would generate less. And then lastly, let's talk about noise. And the primary source of noise in Paris is motor vehicle traffic on the streets and highways. Another primary source of noise within the city, and particularly in the north, as we all know, is aircraft flight into March Air Reserve Base. Other sources of noise in Paris include the Paris Valley Airport, railway operations, industrial sites, primarily things like backup beepers and loudspeakers. And then we also have racing events at Paris Auto Speedway and Star West Motocross Park. Here we have our comparison table again, showing the projects approved since 2010. Once again, these are only warehouse projects. These do not include in residential projects and things that would also generate noise, but we wanted to keep things consistent here. And what we can see is we've had 2 projects that have resulted in significant operational noise impacts. These are not based on the size of the project per se. We can't just say that a project over X amount is going to cause a significant impact. What these are caused by is the increase in traffic on the adjacent roadways. And for these 2 projects here, the existing roadways were basically underutilized. They had very low traffic volumes. So the amount of traffic that these 2 projects increased on those specific roadways was substantial enough to cause a substantial increase in noise for the existing receptors along there. So once again, we can't necessarily just say, okay, everything above this amount is going to cause an impact. If it's along a busy street, chances are the impact is not going to be significant. And if we go to the left side again, we have our comparison of our 40-acre development scenarios. And this one, as we discussed, noise, for the most part, in the city is based on traffic. So what we did is we identified the traffic generation for these development scenarios. And as you can see, our shopping center and our single family and our apartments all actually generate more traffic than a warehouse on a similar site here. So in which case, there's the potential for greater noise impacts associated with noise. So in summary, ambient air quality conditions in Paris are not substantially worse than adjacent cities. Industrial projects may create less impact than a similar size site for a residential shopping center or apartment project in a few key areas. For noise, for all 3 land uses, since they generate more traffic, and less impact to air quality and GHG in comparison to a shopping center or apartments. And now I'm going to turn it back over to Kenneth so that he can finish his summary.
Okay. Thank you, Michael. And just really briefly, in summary, although we did all this analysis, I do want to acknowledge that industrial does create impact. One of the reasons is that they do create impact. Is because of the cumulative amount of projects we have approved in the city of Paris. Over the last 20 years, we approved about 30 million industrial projects that have been completed or finalizing construction. We also have 5 million square feet that's also already entitled that it will start construction soon in 5-6 months or a year. And we currently have about 9 million square feet of industrial that's in the entitlement process. So, although industrial, just a framework, we don't see that type of pace in development we see in residential or commercial development. That pace and flow of development doesn't happen in that type of concentration or speed. So there is a need to consider other mitigation or just additional control. And that's the reason why we're working on a good neighborhood policy. And we're planning to take that the goal is to take it to the Planning Commission next month and bring it back to the council the following month. And so just want to note there was a letter that was provided this afternoon. The presentation should cover most of those questions that were already presented in that letter. We do acknowledge that when we did the PVC specific plan, an ER was prepared for all the industrial and commercial, and it was acknowledged that there is a significant impact. That was already acknowledged when we adopted the PVC specific plan, and these are all projects that just kind of comes back and focus on one specific area. So just wanted to let you know that that's been done already, and that's been acknowledged that with all the industrial, it does create some impacts. So with that said, staff recommends that the City Council consider and discusses the air quality, greenhouse gas emission, and noise study for staff to receive and file, and just ask us any questions that you may have.
Thank you, everybody. Michael, please, well, you want to hang out just for a little bit in case there's someone has a question for you.
I've been sitting for a long time, so
Yeah,
this is fine.
I think we all have. I should have taken a break. I apologize. We had not gone this long, and this is not for me to go this long. So it's been a while. So. Council, does anybody have any quick questions before I open up public comment? All right, let me open up public comment anyway, and we can eliminate that process first. Madam Clerk, do you have any requests to speak on this item?
Yes, sir. Nanette Plasencia.
Hi, thank you. My concern is about who got hired, the consulting agency to do it, if there were going to be other consulting agencies that might be able to also look into providing information that this consulting agency did for an environmental impact. Because what if, I don't, the thing is, I tried to look up who his, consulting agency is. I looked it up, I looked him up. All I got out of it wasn't too much. You have to call them to talk to him. They didn't have a website. I think there was only 2 people that worked there. So it was hard to look things up about seeing what this consulting agency is really about, and if maybe that there should be other environmental impact agencies that should also be doing this study in Paris to see if there are similarities or big differences on the outcome of it. Because I even noticed in one of his presentations where he put up a warehouse for the IED, I think it's the IDI logistics for 2 and 4 right here on Ryder. They haven't even, they just barely broke ground on it, but yet, so I don't know how you could use those 2 warehouses as an example in the study when they're not even built yet. I mean, they're just barely starting to be built. So I don't understand how that could play into into his overall presentation, because warehouses are very noisy and very loud, and they got lots of smoke, and you got hundreds of dock doors on both sides of a warehouse. When you got these trucks coming in and out, they make lots of noise and they have lots of pollution on the truck. So I'm stunned on the outcome of what he just presented, that he made it seem that, and plus how many warehouses we have in our one city alone. And it sounds like we have the best air quality around, even though we got all these warehouses here. Like, I'm just in shock of the findings. And I was just hoping that maybe you guys also get somebody else to see the comparisons in the overall environmental things that he does. Thanks.
Thank you.
Gabriela Mendez. Janet Bernabe.
Sir, those are both on Zoom. Both of those comments.
They
are on
left
Zoom
and
call.
they're on Zoom now.
Oh, okay.
Do you have anybody else here?
No, that is all.
Okay, IT, go ahead with your list.
Yes, sir. We'll start with Miss Janet Bernabe.
Janet, are you on? You got 3 minutes.
Yes, I am on, and thank you so much, Mayor, for taking into account that I joined via Zoom. My daughter, I have to put her to sleep.
Sure.
But in regards, my name is Janet Bernabe, and as I mentioned, I am a resident of Paris. After reviewing the actual the study itself, I do question it. Also going to reiterate, like, how did the city find this firm that conducted the study? I do have a little bit more information on the census tract and in regards to our, well, particularly to my census tract. The Cal virus screen 4.0 percentage is 94. Pollution burden percentage is 90. Pollution characteristics percentile is 89. Ozone 95. And this is something that you can actually find online. So I do actually question the consulting company that ended up being hired for the study, and also taking in consideration, I think one of the graphs that was, it's shown for here, top 10 mediators categories from PM 2.5. I didn't see the fact that it was heavy duty trucks. We have here light duty trucks, mineral processed, wood paper, passenger cars, commercial cooking, which commercial cooking tends to be the highest. That's just to be kind of mind-boggling to see that our commercial cooking has more pollution than anything else, but the industries and the trucks that are continuing to come in our city. So I would highly suggest and ask not to consider and receive and file this air quality greenhouse gas emissions, and have other consulting companies that can be able to have an overall study of the cumulative impacts that are coming in from the warehouses in reference to how that affects my city, because I do plan to stay here as long as I can to continue to do the great work that we do in our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Janet. Anybody else? IT?
Yes, sir. A1 Gabriela Mendez.
Gabriela, if you're on, you got 3 minutes.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Awesome, thank you so much. Good evening, Gabriela Mendez again with CCAJ. I wanted to speak on item 12A. This is the consideration to receive and file an air quality, greenhouse gas emissions, and environmental noise conditions study for the industrial developments. So we revised the study and we have a couple questions. One of them being, how did the city find the firm that conducted the study? What was the process like, and what kind of actions will you guys be taking after you have collected the data that you have collected? That's something that, I feel like we've been studied to death. Like, we have so much input from many studies, I guess on a global perspective, the IPCC, we have a lot of EIRs that come out, we have a lot of different studies, but what actions are going to come out of the data that you guys collected? And we also saw that there was no heavy duty implementation in the study, at least received in the photo of the graphs. And that is one of the biggest polluters here in the region, especially in Paris. So those are a couple of my questions for tonight. We will definitely follow up as an organization along with the questions that my colleagues already voiced. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else, IT?
Yes, sir. A1 Marvin Norman.
Mr. Norman, you're on. You got 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Marvin Norman again here from CCAJ. Kind of echoing the comments of Ms. Placencia and also my colleagues. We did, like Ms. Placencia, we looked around, we had a very hard time finding information on the firm. Usually even the barest of firms have at least some sort of skeletal website up. And so that was a bit of a red flag on our part, to be quite honest, of how, in fact, the firm came to be part of the one given this contract. But beyond that, the information was palatable, but it felt like on some hands like it was missing a lot of information as well. They gave an overview of 3 pollutants, I guess, as you can say, the air quality, the GHGs, and noise, but we didn't get much about the community characteristics that are what make this an important topic. And based on what I remember from the January 25th meeting that set this whole thing in motion, it seemed like that there was a desire to know more about the specific cumulative impacts of the development, not just kind of a general. And also just going over the presentation that Mr. Brown just gave, he did mention that one warehouse. Well, basically looking at it, it seems like, basically in his own words, if it's less than 1.1 million square feet, it's not a significant impact. And then he further noted that one warehouse was considered significant would probably not be considered significant under current practice, which sounds backwards, honestly. We shouldn't just be, and kind of it kind of underscores why we would want to study in the first place, to be able to get the cumulative impacts. Because yes, one warehouse here, one warehouse there, one warehouse to other place that are all 500,000 aren't each individually having a impact that's considered significant, but cumulatively they are adding up as well. And so it seemed like that kind of information wasn't provided, and so, as well as, of course, again, like the missing community factors and explaining more of what it is doing to the community. So based on all that, it would seem that maybe it should go back to get more work and not be received and filed quite yet. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else, IT?
No, sir, that is all.
All right. Anybody else in this room wishing to make a comment? Okay, we're going to close public comments and move on to council questions or comments. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I know that we're not allowed to have a dialogue with the people who are asking questions and stuff. But I do want to ask a question though, for clarification. Where and how did we find the firm that did the survey?
We've found Michael Brown because he's been our SQL consultant, as I mentioned, in 2 decades. So he's been reviewing our document. It made the most sense. He's aware of all the industrial projects. He has the record for all our EIR documents, so he can research all the information for us. So that was the premise for choosing Michael Brown.
Okay, and what is his title?
I believe he's the president of his company, Cadence Environmental.
Okay. Does he have a degree in environmental sciences or anything like that? Or?
I'll bring up Michael Brown to clarify his credentials.
Okay.
Yes, hello, Mayor Pro Tem Corona. Yes, so I've been working, my name is Michael Brown. I'm the president of Cadence Environmental Consultants, and I've been working with the city of Paris now for nearly 20 years as the city's peer review consultant for all of their
Michael, can you
industrial
focus on the
projects.
microphone, not the...
Sure, sorry. And so, yes, so my degree is in geography, and I specialize in air quality, noise, greenhouse gas, but I also have a broad understanding of all CEQA issues, and so that's what I focus on.
Okay, thank you. And then with the study, do you have any recommendations of how to mitigate some of the issues that you found?
Well, there are 2 issues here. Well, for one thing, the study was prepared to provide information, and present some information about industrial projects, about the existing conditions in the area, and to compare Paris with surrounding communities. So we used the data that's available from the State Office of Environmental Health Hazards Assessment, and also from the South Coast AQMD. But we were not tasked with coming up with solutions, if you will. It was more to present information to the council so that should you like to, you could then proceed to another step in figuring out, what solutions might be. For example, we have the Paris Valley Commerce Center specific plan, EIR. That document evaluates the impacts of all development within the PVC planning area. That is your cumulative analysis. We've heard people say there should be a cumulative analysis of the industrial development in the north. It exists. There's the specific plan and the EIR that has that. And we have mitigation measures for air quality, for noise, for a number of topics. All projects within the PVC SP planning area have to comply with those mitigation measures, whether the individual impacts of the project are significant or not. Where we don't have that sort of fallback, if you will, is in other areas of the city. For example, in the south, we now have some industrial projects coming along that are not within a specific plan area. So we are looking at standalone analyses. And in those cases, maybe the next step of the council, should you decide to do it, is maybe think that, okay, we're going to use similar mitigation measures for all industrial projects moving forward. That's the type of thing that you can do, but that's not what the report was tasked to do.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, he did what exactly was what the request was, and the request was to do an air study. We did not suggest or recommend that we come back with how do we fix it. So but that's the direction we go from here forward with staff as to what we're going to do based on this report. For the meantime, it's just to receive and file, and then we'll move forward as we go along with other projects. And one of them initially or immediately is the good neighbor policy. So that's our first start to our remedies. So thank you, Michael. You can sit down. So in the interest of justice, or time, I should say, let's move on. We're not taking any action. This is just receive and file. So I know some of the concerns were from the public speakers, and I appreciate everybody's time coming up and talking and waiting, and it's been long, but we're not voting on anything, so we are going to go back and look at this and deal with some of the questions that were brought up by our community as well. All right, that being said, we're going to move on to 12B, consideration to designate a city council member, voting delegate, and up to 2 alternatives for the League of California Cities annual conference being held September 7th, 2022 through September 9th, 2022 in Long Beach. And this will be introduced by our city manager, Wendell Budgay.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. So, as you said, Mayor, the League of California Cities annual conference is being held in Long Beach, September 7th through 9th. At that meeting, the League membership considers and takes action on resolutions that establish League policy. So in order to vote at the annual membership meeting, the City Council must designate a voting delegate and 2 alternates. So I bring it back to the dais for the council to discuss.
Well, so far,
discuss
it's
it.
myself and Councilwoman Nava that's going. Anybody else going? So I'll be number 1. She can be number 2. We have to do a third?
No, it's up
No.
to
Oh,
2.
All right, I think we're good with the 2 of us.
Noted.
So we got to make a motion though, right?
Correct, yes.
Want to make a motion? Your motion, please.
So moved that the mayor will be number 1 voting delegate and Ms. Nava will be number 2 voting delegate.
Thank you, Councilwoman Rogers, and Marisela Nava seconds.
All right, got a first by Councilwoman Rogers, second by Councilwoman Nava. Please call roll call vote.
Councilmember Rabb?
Yes.
Councilmember Rogers?
Yes.
Councilmember Nava?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Corona?
Yes.
Mayor Vargas?
Yes.
5-0, motion approved.
Thank you. Item 13 is council communications. I don't have my notes on that because I know we're going to be long. I'll just start to my far left. Councilman Rabb?
No communications today.
Thank you. Councilwoman Nava?
I guess I'll be brief. Real brief, Mayor. Your looks could kill right now. So once again, we have a long meeting, but like always, it really truly is great to see community come out and all the public speakers who were involved in today's meeting. And a great thank you to my council colleagues that regardless of what's on the agenda, we are able to say yes, no, and have respectful dialogue. And I want to go ahead and give a great thank you to staff who was able to go ahead and promptly organize the event that I proposed at a past council meeting, which is to help our food trucks and sidewalk vendors prepare and get ready for vending. So a great thank you to that. I know there are some of our community members who truly need that helping hand and guiding through that process. So I hope we have great turnout. And if there's anyone out there who's interested in or even looking into the idea of being a vendor, please come out. It's happening this Saturday. And then I'm also really excited. We won't be meeting any in the near future, but by the next council meeting, in between then, we are going to have our Enchanted Hills grand opening. So great thank you to city staff, specifically our colleagues and all who's involved in the Parks and Recs Committee. So this is really exciting for our community, and I can't wait to have our community enjoy that. So in the meantime, stay safe and cool. Thank you. Have a good night.
Councilwoman Rogers?
Light of the time, no comments.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
I got two brief things. The first thing I want to mention, that our staff did a great job with the movie night. I attended it, the Encanto thing, and at Monument Ranch Park was well attended. It was just a great event. And second thing, in light of the conversation, I'm going to be very careful not to bring up something that we already voted on, but one thing that was discussed was on campaign transparency. I know if I go on the website and I click on City Council transparency, and they go to current council, they still have former Councilwoman Tanya Burke is listed on there, but current Councilwoman Nava is nowhere to be found on there, and all the information is from 2016. Now, I'm not sure if it's another place that's somewhere else hidden, but I would like to get a presentation from staff of how to find that. I would definitely appreciate you don't change the site though. I'm gonna take a screenshot of it because I wonder if it's in a different place that I don't see. So you know, to allow our residents to know where to get that information. But thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, and in the interest of time, I will forego all my comments until our next meeting. We will now move on to City Manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor. I will skip out on the other comments, but the staff worked really hard on two videos they'd like to present tonight, so I won't skip out on those if you don't mind.
All right.
First, I'd like to introduce the Enchanted Hills Park grand opening video. I won't talk about it. The video will explain itself. Oh, wrong video.
That's the right one.
Yeah.
In February 2020, out of 478 applications, the California Department of Parks and Recreation awarded the City of Paris an $8.5 million grant to develop a new park in the Enchanted Hills community. This new 22-acre park will feature new amenities selected by residents of Paris during community outreach events, which include a water splash pad, an all-inclusive playground, BMX and mountain bike tracks, 2 full-size basketball courts with lighting, a zip line, a skate spot, and much more. This new park has also unified the Enchanted Hills community to come together and beautify this park space by participating in a park cleanup, and has local artists, residents, and Enchanted Hills elementary school students contributing their artwork to the newly developed community park. The new Enchanted Hills Park supports our Parks Make Life Better campaign to provide green spaces to our residents so they can participate in recreational and physical activities. Join us for the Enchanted Hills Park grand opening on Friday, August 26th at 5 p.m., where we will have our grand opening program, local community resources, free food for the first 100 participants, followed by movies in the park. We hope to see you there.
Parks make life better in Paris!
Thank you, Community Services and all the staff involved. It's really a wonderful project. And lastly, I'd like to introduce Ms. Karina Espinosa, Public Information Assistant, who will introduce the new Paris Alerts application.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. So to start off my quick presentation, I would like for anyone on the dais to take out their cell phone, anyone in the audience, anyone watching us from Zoom, and text Paris Alerts, as in one word, to 67283. All right, you should receive a message saying that you are now signed up for Paris Alerts. This is an alert system for severe weather updates, traffic updates, an emergency notification system, and for specific event reminders. Play the video, Everett.
There are probably dozens of useless apps on your phone right now. But did you know the City of Paris has an app that could save your life? Avoid being unprepared and download the Smart 911 app today. Paris Alerts is the City of Paris's emergency alert and warning notification system, which rapidly sends notifications to all residents and businesses in an affected area when there's an emergency or disaster. Users also have access to instant severe weather alerts, traffic updates, and event reminders. Smart 911 is highly rated and used by many states and local governments. Sign up in less than 30 seconds by texting Paris Alerts to 67283 or create your custom profile at cityofparis.org/Paris Alerts and start protecting yourself and your family today. Download the Smart 911 app today by visiting the Apple App Store or Google Play Store on all Android devices.
That concludes my presentation. Any questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you, Karina. One last thing, I just
You
wanted.
said two.
You know what, I almost forgot.
All
I
right.
almost forgot to introduce our new leadership team and some of our new
Oh,
staff.
that's important.
So
That's
first, I'd like to introduce our new Assistant City Manager, Mr. Wendell Bucktie. Really briefly, he currently has over 20 years of local government experience in city, county, and private sector experience. He holds a bachelor's degree in Bachelor's of Science degree in Public Policy and Management from the University of Southern California. Most recently, he was with the County of Riverside Supervisors District Number 2. Also previously worked in the Planning Department, Program Administration for the county. Also worked for home builders in the private sector, and prior to that for the City of Riverside, also in planning. So we'd like to welcome Mr. Wendell Bucktie. And then secondly, do you have any comments, or we'll just save them?
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then secondly, I'll turn it over to Mr. Director Fung to introduce the new planning manager.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, members of the council. I would like to introduce you to Patricia Brenes. She comes to us from the city of Riverside. Most of her career, she has 2 decades of experience. She's actually 30 years old because she graduated college when she was 10, but that's not true. but when she was 5. She's been serving as a principal planner for the last 5 years in the city of Redlands and in the city of Riverside. She's a graduate of Cal Poly Pomona, the same school I went to, so hooray. And she's a Lakers fan, and hooray. And the other thing is that she has a background in architecture, which would be a good complement to our city to make sure that we continue to develop great projects in the city of Paris. And with that said, I want to welcome Patricia Brenes.
Thank you, Kenneth. And back there, we have our new leadership team, Ms. Michelle Clay, who's the new Human Administrative Services Manager. And then we have Antonio Martinez, who's our new legislative analyst under the Administration Office. So welcome. That concludes my report.
Well, I'm sorry we had to do this christening on you on a long night. We don't normally do this, so don't think this is the way it's going to be in the future. We are generally done 8 tops, 8:30 sometimes, and even earlier. So I do apologize for going so long, but sometimes we got to do that. So welcome to all the newbies. Any more comments from council? National Night Out. It's August 2nd? And where is it going to be at? Come on up to the microphone. We can't hear you. This is our chief of police.
August 2nd, and it'll be at Monument Ranch.
Oh, great, Monument Ranch.
Yeah.
No roving.
No
there.
roving.
Okay.
I don't think we've been to Monument Ranch for a couple of years now.
Right,
so-
it's been a while.
Yeah, I think it was like 2018 is the last time we were
All
there.
right, great.
so-
Is there a flyer yet on that?
No, we posted on Facebook. It's been on the sheriff's website.
Have we
so-
shared it?
It's been on our Paris social media.
We'll put
Pretty
something
sure I
else
saw
out
it.
too. But we've been updating it the last couple of weeks. We've put it out a few times.
August 2nd.
August 2nd, yep.
It's not on my calendar, so that means we have not officially received it. So can you please follow up with that, staff? Yes. All right, thank you, sir.
All right.
Appreciate it. Anything else, anybody, for the good? You want to stay another hour? All right, thank you, everybody. Sorry for the long night. We are officially adjourned. Good night, everybody. Stay safe.